Okay, and how is everybody tonight? Can somebody give me a sound check? To make sure I'm getting audio back from you?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a name?
This is Rick.
Okay, Rick. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Okay. Okay, tonight we have um, a few things to talk about right away. And one of them is a dying declaration. And that is taken by the legal authority as coming from the mouth of a dying person. And within this dying declaration, you will insert the names, if you have them, of the perpetrators of this long-lasting crime or affliction that has bothered us for so many years. But that is something that will actually help you with your perps. If you know who they are and you write your names down in this dying declaration, it's like um, having a knife at their throat, because if they touch you or worse, they're going to be had right there. But I believe it's a good idea, and it's something working in your favor, and I think you should leave it with a safe team member or family member, somebody that you trust implicitly, and someone who can hold on to it and distribute it at the time when it would be necessary, which would be hopefully never. ASD has arrived. Okay, welcome ASD, Claire Clue, Elle, Kathy, and Rick, and callers. It's very, very early in the meeting. It's not even, actually, it's just turning 9 o'clock, but I wanted to drop in and give voice to some of these problems that have arisen in the last few days. Angela X in South Carolina, I'm extremely worried about. She has 6 children that she takes care of by herself. Her husband works all day, and the perps have crawled all over her. She is in serious trouble as she sees it, but it's perception. If you perceive yourself to be in serious trouble, you will be. And this is what I am trying to teach her at this point in time, along with Tracy and Laura. But she needs some people to call her, like Paul, very, very compassionate person, Kathy, Elle, Claire. And I'm not familiar with ASD, but I'm sure that this person will make his name known.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
Sorry, I just got on the call. What's if you don't mind rehashing a little bit? What's I don't mind helping out. What's up with this person?
This girl in South Carolina, she's extremely targeted with head games right now. That's what we'll call it. And she calls in tears almost every time that I speak with her. So she's in almost fight or flight mode all the time. And to take care of 6 children and be in that kind of frame of mind is not good. She's not getting sleep. She's listening to what they say, which is the first thing you reject. And she needs people. And I just pulled up the database today for Rick to see if I can find people in his area. I'm trying to find people around where Angela is. And I slept for 13 hours, and it's 13 hours, I guess, that I really needed. And I thought that it was 1 o'clock in the morning. And I said, oh, wow, I can get up and then get something done. But it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon today. So I had to hustle, and I barely got what I needed to get done. But there's always more. But yeah, Paul, if you could.
If you don't mind me asking, did her husband leave her, or?
No, he's very dedicated to her. I'm not sure what their relationship is in terms of believing what's happening to her. Now, I've tried to school her in the ways of the medical profession in terms of psychiatric care and whatnot. If she says the wrong things when she goes to the doctor, she is going to be annexed right to a psych unit. And that's what their protocol demands.
Well, I usually, because obviously I trust you, Frank, but I usually don't do this. But if you can give her my phone number if you want, and if she needs to call me, and, I've been fully aware now for 2.5 years, so I can certainly give her some things to do and not to do, especially if she's going to the doctor. And, she certainly doesn't want to tell the doctor what she's going through, saying I'm going through gang stalking or I'm going through harassment in this way, shape, or form, because, they'll try to put her into, unfortunately, the loony bin. You know what I'm saying? So,
yes, yeah.
I understand that. So, I mean, it's too bad.
Yeah, I am very concerned for her because after I get through speaking with her, she is fine for a while, but then she seems to drift back into it. And I think it's the fact that she's with her children, but children are children, so she is isolated and not isolated, if you know what I mean, because she has to take care of these children, and her mind is running 1,000 miles an hour. So,
how long, if you don't mind me asking, has she been aware that she's a target?
I think 3 years or more. I'm not sure.
Oh, wow. So she's been. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I could be wrong on that because I've been talking to a lot of devastated targets the last 4 or 5 days, and they just keep calling.
I would think she would know the ropes by now.
No, she hasn't been able to get in touch with anybody. She just found us through Ella. I guess Ella gave her my email address, and that was her way to find somebody that would talk to her. Because I don't know if Ella is afflicted with V2K or whether she is just being attacked. So there are different forms of this. I guess they have the option in the beginning to decide whether or not they are going to speak, or whether you are modeled or assembled in such a way as you can accept the speech. I think that there are certain body types that will get the assaults, but they cannot get the V2K as the your framework just isn't set up right.
hmm
That's my feeling on it anyway, because I hear about people getting the same type of reaction in terms of being hurt, but not spoken to. So obviously there is something going on there. So
Maybe there's something going.
if you would, yes. Yeah, Paul, you want to speak for a second or a minute, however long you want?
Well, I just wanted to just ask about it. I mean, now what is she getting? Is she getting gang stalking? Is she getting P2K? Is she getting dues?
She
Or
she's getting severe R&M.
okay,
I just talked to her too. This is Tracy.
Hi,
I don't want
Trace.
to butt in.
Yeah.
Hi. I just talked to her and she said that I feel bad because I think I maybe scared her. I was trying to just warn her of what they could try to con her with, and I think she's just really overwhelmed. But
Yeah.
I did talk to her. She said she's getting air stalking and the cars and noise, not so much people,
Yeah.
but definitely drones and airlines and the cars, and then just a lot of, like Frank was saying, a lot of voice to skull threats and really disgusting stuff.
Yeah, they're on her like a bad suit. She's really getting kicked in the head all day long. She hasn't slept, she hasn't eaten, and she is listening to what they say and what they want her to do. So that is number one. You know, you just don't do what they say because, number one, it strengthens their psychological view of you. And number
All right, who
two,
you talking about? I just got on. I don't know who you talking about.
okay, this is Angela X. She is
Okay.
from South Carolina.
Okay. She got severe R&M.
Yes, severe.
I do too. I do too. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself because I'm on the bus. I'll unmute when I get to the house.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Looking forward to hearing from you. Yes.
Frank, not to interrupt you, but just so you know, I get the gang stalking and I get some dues.
Okay.
I don't get V2K. So I mean, I'll try and help her the best I can, but I won't be able to speak effectively
Yes.
on V2K itself. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know about that. Have you spoke to Alice in Ireland about her at all, by any chance?
I haven't yet. She's probably the next one that I'm going to speak to. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm going to speak to Kate too.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's too bad about her. Really, yeah.
We'll straighten her out. I mean, Tracy, what kind of shape were you in when we first talked?
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
I don't mean to laugh, but yeah, pretty bad. And I had it for 8 years physically, but I just had started hearing voice to skull, and I moved down to here from 4 hours away where it started, and I hadn't talked to anybody for months. I learned about it really here and talked to the first target. Yeah, it was rough, but I think it's harder for her with the 6 kids, and they just are slamming her. Her husband, they're doing it to him, and he's saying, I'm going to leave you, and getting him to think about leaving. And I think she just is so stressed. But yeah. So yeah, it took me, the more I learned though, and which I was trying to help her learn, because the more you learn about it, the more power you get out of it and defend yourself,
Right.
So, but anyway, but yeah.
Oh, we have a refund.
The more you know.
Okay, caller 1, I just muted you because your mic is open. You probably don't realize that when you speak with a smartphone, especially, their mics are very, very good because they're primarily used with speaker. So I'm going to unmute you again. Yeah, she's fine now.
Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Paula. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, girl. Hanging in there.
Good.
How about yourself?
Doing the same. Doing the same.
Okay, they're in my phone. My voice is echoing. Stay right here on my phone. On the bus with me.
Andrea's here.
Um,
Frank?
Hi, Frank.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
What's happening, Elle?
Oh, not a lot. I rested for a while and I'm up now, and we were just talking about Thanksgiving. So, hello to everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Tracy, Paula.
Yes. Hi.
hi, is that you, Laura?
It's Sal. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Oh, okay. Not bad. Not bad.
Well, I'm glad to see that everybody is coping.
Is Laura on the call, Frank?
Not yet. No, she isn't.
Sometimes I think staying positive and faking it till you make it, or just like sometimes I feel like I'm hanging on, you know, with less fingers hanging on the cliff than others. But if you stay busy and positive and, you know, have the mentality that they're not going to get to you, it helps too.
Yeah. Yeah.
May I ask, Frank, have you heard from David Barabee? I know you went to Ecuador.
Yeah, I'm answering you
Oh, okay.
right now.
Okay. I just wondered how Dave made out.
Well, the last time I saw him was at, I believe it was the meetup at MIT. I believe that was the last time that I saw him. But he doesn't comply with newsletters. He doesn't comply with phone calls. He doesn't comply with texts. So he actually, he's like on his own almost. So I don't really understand why, but I have to deal with it.
So, anyway, how you been, Frank? I know.
I've been through my tribulations. I'll tell you. Usually on a call day, I really get beat down, but today was not too bad. As I say, I did wake up really late, or actually early afternoon, but it was definitely a late day. I slept for 13 hours. Then I got up and went back to work, as I usually do. So anyway, I just wanted to go over that situation. Anybody who would like to call, it would be appreciated because she needs some social contact, and we're going to get her together with some people in her area. And I don't even know whether they have a car or not. I assume that her husband drives to work. She needs some intervention, and we're just the people that can do it.
I got a question for you, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I know with like, you know, you said there was somebody who needed some help. Lynette. I'm not going to say her last name, but
Yeah.
you know, you put it on Target in Massachusetts, and I was just wondering with this woman, with the husband and 6 children,
Yeah.
maybe you could put it up on Target. It's just an idea.
Yes.
And see it maybe closer.
Losing you, Paul. Are you on your phone? Yeah, you're on your computer, actually. It looks like.
Well, I'm on my smartphone.
Okay,
This computer. Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
that's good. Don't move.
Apologize. I must have covered up the mic. Sorry about that. So I was just wondering if maybe you could do something similar for this woman. Maybe somebody could, who lives closer could,
Yeah,
potentially
well,
help her out too. Just an idea, that's all.
that's what I'm working on. But she needs constant contact. That's what I would say, because she, like I say, she has her 6, wonderful kids, but some of them are very young, and the others go to school. I guess she's got a 15-year-old, I think, and maybe a 16-year-old, and so they're going to be in school. Well, they better be. And then she has her little ones, and they demand, as you know, a great deal of time. And so if she has to take care of the little ones all day long, it's not isolation, but it is isolation at the same time, because, they can't talk. They're tiny, So we have another tragedy within the community. Prayers for Ashley. Her father passed away. So it would be nice if you could give her a call and, send her a hug, because she's very broken up about it, naturally. And she's getting to that age where, that happens. And I just feel really horrible about it, because she's already got the R&M, and she's being stalked, and now she has to deal with a death in the family. And she already just dealt with one, I thought. Her grandmother, I think, passed away. So she's had her hands full here for quite some time. And the big one we have is very, very unfortunate, and that's Connie Marshall. I'm going to actually read her email that she has put out to everyone. And she says, "Hello, everyone. I need your help. My daughter and my grandson are missing. I have filed a missing persons report with the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department. My daughter was living in the Withers Mill Drive area in Charlotte, North Carolina, with a couple as a caregiver to the lady in the household. On November 14th, 2018, there was some type of disagreement, and Connie is questioning this, and she's finding out she left walking in the rain with her grandson, who is 10 years old. And she doesn't know the people she lived with, and she's just finding out where they lived. So they haven't been in touch. So there's obviously some type of difficulty there. And she says, on my daughter's Facebook page, she has written some disturbing comments that are jumbled and rambled about pedophilia, being watched, raped, etc. She has her page under the name Sion Mangione, and that's SIONMANGIONE. And her name is actually Tonya, Tonya. If you see or hear anything about them, please contact the police in Charlotte at telephone number 704-336-7600. And there's a case number down there if you want to reference the case. But the case number is 2018 1117 203203, if anyone would like to pursue it. And she says I will also be filing a report with the FBI. They come in automatically anyway, but she has filed a report as the crime crosses state lines due to the fact that in one of the 30 hate, sexual, degrading death threats that I received from the Louisville Metro Police, they state, "We got all your grandchildren." And in another one of the emails, they have mentioned one of my grandsons by name and talked about shooting him up with heroin, placing him on a list, giving him a shot that turned him into a vegetable, etc. So she is in a great deal of distress as well. And she has some pictures attached to this email. I'd like to share them with you, but unfortunately, I will have to close quite a few screens, and I will do that in a bit. But that's the biggest tragedy in terms of kidnapping of a targeted individual that I have heard. This is totally unacceptable, and it goes beyond the limits of what I will tolerate. And I am going to be on the case, so to speak. And the FBI will be there, so that's actually very good. Would anybody like to comment or question?
Well, I seen it on Facebook today, and someone sent me Kate Ryan sent me the email.
Okay.
But I seen it. I seen the whole thing on Facebook too. She put it on Facebook also. Yeah. So I commented on there to her. Prayers to her.
Okay. Yeah. I shot an email back her way too, and I'm going to keep in touch and find out what's going on. I assume that.
Also, I'm sorry. Also, I forwarded to Pastor Black so we can add it to our prayer list.
Okay.
So add them to our prayer list, lift them up,
Right.
And she said she definitely will. She's giving Connie a call.
Okay, that's good. I always used to get mixed up between the two Connies.
Well, what town is Connie? Well, her daughter's lost in North Carolina. Where's Connie Robinson from? What state?
It's Connie Marshall.
I mean Marshall. I'm sorry, Marshall.
I'm not sure at this point in time, but I assume that it's probably in the Carolina area. I thought at one time she was up here in Massachusetts, but I guess that's not the case. So
it's very sad, very sad. She's probably worried about both of them. Very sad.
You've got some serious background noise somewhere. Somebody does.
I can't believe the unprofessionalism of a police department. You said Louisville?
Yes.
Unbelievable. It's unfathomable.
Well, I can't see how that they would get away with it. It has to be someone probably taking a Louisville Police Department address, email address, and changing it slightly and using it to harass Connie. Because anyone on the police...
Either. It might not be the whole department. It might be just a couple of some bad ones in there. Also, others using it. Yeah.
Because, we got all your grandchildren. Usually policemen are very fussy with their grammar. And that should have been have naturally. We have all of your grandchildren. And so leads me to believe that it's somebody impersonating a police officer, which will be another charge.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that's not credible. That
no, I don't.
Reitman or correspondence.
Exactly. Yes. So they've gone over the line this time. Now, I'm hoping that she just walked in the rain and found lodging elsewhere. I would assume that's what she would be doing. But whatever the threat was, it was enough so that she just left, period. So I don't know if anybody has been in a situation like that, but everybody has been in a similar situation. But you wouldn't leave in the rain and leave all your things behind, you know? But we don't have all the details. She might have just taken what she could carry and just left. But she didn't hail a cab, at least not that we know of. But I'm sure we'll learn the details. Okay, now let's find out where all the noise is coming from. It sounds like it might have been Rick, but not sure. All right. I have a very interesting document that we'll get to here in a few minutes. But before a lot of you have gotten here, I brought up a topic on the dying declaration. I think it's something that we all should have. It points the finger at whomever you have determined, without a shadow of a doubt, is doing this. So this is actually accepted by the court. Okay, Rec Rock, you've got a TikTok there on your microphone. Okay, it shorted him out. He'll probably come back. Okay, where was I? I just stepped on my head. I lost the whole thing. Okay, yeah, dying declaration. Something that we should have. It's not a will, but it is written very much like a will. But it's actually a legal piece of paper that is actually a gun, if you will, at the perps if anything happens to you. But it's more like a tool. It's gonna show the perps that, okay, we have documentation on you, and if you bother me anymore, this is what's going to happen. So it's more like a tool. So they're going to be more afraid to hurt you if you have a dying declaration and you know who they are. And I did mention Angela X in South Carolina. She's extremely troubled, an extreme attack of R&M. And she's, at this point in time, having trouble dealing with it. And it's somebody that you guys should, I'll put the number in the chat probably here shortly. And it's somebody, actually you can get the number from myself, Tracy, or Laura when she gets here. And we can go from there, and we need to have people calling her at least 2 or 3 times a day. A couple of different people, so she's not all alone.
Not isolated, yeah.
Yeah.
Frank, I called in on the other phone, so it would be a little bit easier for me.
Okay.
And, yeah, I think Laura may have tried to call earlier. She may have tried to call me, but I'm going to stay on this line for a while. that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, and Vanetta, you just got here, but if you could talk to Angela, that is down in South Carolina, it would be very, very much appreciated, I'm sure, by her, because she's going to start keeping me up nights worrying, and I need to have her on solid ground, or I'm not going to be sleeping well. So, I guess Vanetta's offline. So I know she'll be instrumental, and the idea of speaking to Dr. Black is a good idea too, Paula. So we need help going into a lot of areas here. Ashley, I think she'll be fine, but she needs a shoulder and a hug. Through the phone will be fine. And Connie needs everything that we can give her. And I have her phone number, I believe. Anybody who
Connie
does...
Marshall?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, Connie Marshall or a different...
Connie Marshall, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I always get the two of them mixed up. Anyway, anybody want to comment? Take the floor. And I appreciate your comments, Paul. They're very valuable.
Thank you, Frank. I appreciate that.
Yeah, everybody gets into a jam, but she's into like a really big one. The two of them are. But that's I looked at it in disbelief actually when I first saw it. Unreal. But thanks go out to Kate Ryan for passing that around. And we'll pass it some more. I'm going to post it everywhere and see what we can accomplish. With the exception, naturally, on Facebook, with the exception of her phone number and whatnot.
Is this woman's husband a target too?
Excuse me? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. If you go to Angela's case, she feels that two of her children are actually targeted as well.
I've read that about, it says a lot of targets who have kids, they then turn the kids into targets. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but I've read that on, different pages and things of that nature, which is unfortunate.
Yes. Yeah, it really is. We have a lot of people that are just falling into an area that they shouldn't have to. And Connie Marshall needs that like, well, I'm trying to grab a document here and pull it out, but I'm having a problem. I spent a lot of time with McAfee and a couple of other companies because they tried to break into this computer so bad. They actually destroyed part of the McAfee file. And they destroyed the update file so that McAfee couldn't be further updated. So it was locking up along with two other programs. Well, looks like I'm not going to get in there. But anyway, let's go to some information. And this document is loaded with it. I'm just going to read some of it until people start to settle in. Okay, this is another document that just appeared out of nowhere. I don't know what the origin is. I don't know who the author is. I intend to find out. It was published by GNR Publishing in August of 2004. And the title of it is Psychotronic Weapons as an Instrument of Modern Warfare. And it starts out, it should be understood that electromagnetic and informational weapons are fully operational and could be used by U.S., NATO, in their wars in different parts of the world. October 2000, Congressman Dennis Kucinich introduced in the House of Representatives a bill which would oblige the American president to engage in negotiations aimed at the ban of space weapons or space-based weapons. In this bill, the definition of such a weapon system would include any other unacknowledged or as yet undeveloped means inflicting death or injury on or damaging or destroying a person or the biological life, bodily health, mental health, or physical and economic well-being of a person through the use of land-based, sea-based, or space-based weapon systems using radiation, electromagnetic, psychotronic, sonic, laser, or other energies directed at individual persons or targeted populations for the purpose of information war, mood management, or mind control of such persons or populations. Any questions? But my reason for bringing out this bill is, or this document, is to show you that, okay, the House of Representatives and the Senate and the President knew all about this stuff way back then. So it's becoming to the point where it's unquestionable that they knew and still know exactly what's going on. So this is beginning to turn into another World Trade Center where the government just backs away. Oh, we don't know what happened. But the interesting thing about the World Trade Center that really boggles my mind is the fact that an F-17 or F-16 actually let a missile go to try and shoot down one of the planes, and the missile hit the Pentagon. Because I saw a video of a white object going right through the front door. And right after that, the whole place just disintegrated. And there was also light poles, utility poles that surround the Pentagon, the parking lot. So after this plane went right through all these utility poles that are still there, it crashed into the Pentagon. So which one do you believe? And I believe a second missile was launched at the other plane that was still en route and missed it, and it landed, and that's what made that big hole in the ground that everybody was standing around and looking. Well, you know what I was looking for? I was looking for two big giant Pratt & Whitney gas turbines, or what you would call a jet engine. And they weren't there. And there should have been two more big giant Pratt & Whitney gas turbines inside of the Pentagon. And there weren't any there either. There wasn't a trace of a Pratt & Whitney engine even after they hit the towers. So anyway, we're turning into the World Trade Center, I think. They want to back away from us. And they don't want to see any of the clues. They don't want to hear it. And the psychiatric community has been the same way. But I came up with a document that actually pointed the finger right at them. They took a grant that funded the development of V2K. So they don't want to hear about it. They funded it, but they still don't want to hear about it. That was in 1973, or actually 74, pardon me. In 75, the document that I read on Friday, I believe it was Friday, was written by the Psychiatric Association of America, or whoever they claim to be now. Okay, Andrea, would you like to comment before I get laryngitis?
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't mind.
Go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you for inviting me tonight. I really appreciate it, and hello to everybody. I really appreciate the Massachusetts group there. You guys are great. You know, I think that that's one of the big parts of this that is sort of underreported or talked about, is the disappearing of evidence. And, you know, as we try to go forward and create our affidavits and make our court cases, you know, I just don't see how we're supposed to be able to work on a project in court in the old methods with the old rules that have always applied when we're under assault from all these secret weapons and secret things that have been done to us, and all these agencies that are quickly, you know, scrubbing all of their records and disappearing everything. And the reality is, if we had access to these brain technologies, all we need to do, and this is something I hypothesize, I believe has happened, I suspect has happened, is that everyone has been mind cloned, and all those mind clones are sitting on the server, probably in Bluffdale.
Exactly.
And if that's true, then all you really need is an artificial intelligence that has all the information about how to conduct a court case as the judge, and then you need all the individuals that you name in your list, and then you just let it go at it for a few minutes, and you'll have the answer of who did everything, and that'll be the end of the court case. And it's not only the case for targeted individuals that could happen if we had access to that information, but it's also the case with anybody that's alive, and most likely some of the people that are dead today that did 9/11 and a lot of other atrocities. All you need is the AI and then those mind clones, and just do the interrogation. And, you know, on a server, they don't have any, even if they have a reason in their personalities to lie, the remote neural monitoring will understand that and be able to identify it and see if that individual lies, and then they'll know how to look for that when that person answers the questions of what they've been accused of having done. So I just don't see why we're having to go through this in this, you know, we're kind of back in the horse and buggy days, all of us, and we're dealing with something that's in the secret space program 1,000 years ahead of us, and it just doesn't compute that we have to go through the court cases in this fashion, or should have to, when, you know, these people have been using these technologies. Because if that is what happens, if that's actually what happens, then humanity is going to be condemned to never being able to get out of the place of not being able to access these technologies, which are already developed and done, and they're already in place, and the whole world has them. So that's my comment. I've been thinking about that since I saw Catherine Horton's latest video on the affidavits and stuff, and it's like, gosh, we should be able to access that technology and be able to do the interrogations and not have to go through all this paperwork. I mean, I've probably got 15,000 pages of documentation floating around my house that I've got to organize. And I've got witnesses that have disappeared, and all the people that are involved that have gotten any agency relationship have come in my home and taken my documents and changed them. And I just don't have any way to have any assurance through what I've got in documentation that any of it's correct anymore. So that would be my, my big push in terms of our court cases, is that we should be able to get access to at least the remote neural monitoring and the mind clones, if not an artificial intelligence that can then do the cases as a machine that has no bias towards the outcomes, that would be much better than, I think, than a human being who would be bribed or have certain interests that couldn't really make good judgments.
Okay, that's a very well-rounded opinion. And what an AI needs is information. You're looking at the defense side use of AI, and that's very good. Another terrible use of AI would be taking the information that they have already gotten from you and put them into the AI's database, which is one example of a small hive mind. One AI with your information. One AI with your information in it, programmed to undermine you, shall we say, could destroy you. So I am not a big fan of AI because it's a very cold machine. That's all. They can dress them up, they can put natural skin on them, but they are still cold-blooded machines. So that's an interesting concept, turning AI against the perps, we'll say, or against, if we were in a case, against the defendants. Very good. Thank you, Andrea. Would anybody else like to comment? Barbara, Claire, CPAL, Al, Kathy, Paula, Rick?
I wanted to comment.
Go ahead, Barbara.
I know a couple of years ago, Ella, I don't think that this was common knowledge, but her perp threatened her son. They told her that they were going to turn him into pedophile, criminal, all kinds of horrible things that they said they were going to do to her son, to turn him into, go to jail for a long time, do bad things, horrible things. So this is the second time I've heard of them threatening something like that for someone's children. Maybe Connie could communicate with Ella and find out, what happened. If the threats did come true. I know she was having a lot of trouble with her son. He was, but early teenager, how they go hormonal on you. So maybe she would communicate with her and find out how things worked out for her. I can't fathom this. I'm just, I can't believe that they would. Well, I know that they go after relatives. They've gone after my relatives a lot. But, you know, I don't know. I can't believe that this is happening in the United States and these people are given free rein to do that to people. I know Connie Marshall is a big activist, and that's who they go after. Look at John Carrico, who spent 2 years in jail and shipped. They painted poison in the ceiling of his house, and two of his children were very, very ill from it, and one is still sick, I guess, to this day. And look at Bill Binney. His wife died. I guess his parents were sick. He's had a double amputee, and he don't look too good either. He's got these very big circles around his eyes, but he's still out there making his videos. So I just don't know what to say. I'm just speechless. I can't take this anymore. I cannot take this anymore. I don't understand why they are doing this to people. Look at Assange, what they're doing to him, or Snowden. Assange is in house arrest, and Snowden is in exile. Susan Dawson is in exile. These are very, very bright people with good minds, and they're basically throwing them out of the country. Then Disney's granddaughter, I saw a video by her where she was saying how all these tax cuts that Trump has given them are going to buy these super yachts, you know, so they can sail away. And my thought is, gee, please go sail away to the Pacific Ocean, because that's where the Pacific is being poisoned by the radiation from Japan. And be my guest, you know.
That's very good, Bob. And I like the way you mentioned Assange and Snowden as well, because truth is what's in exile along with them. Our governments can't stand truth. And when somebody comes out like they have and expose the government, they really don't know what to do. When they get up to the mic and try and talk about it, they can. They just say no comment. I saw an interview where they said no comment at least 50 times. I believe that.
They don't want Assange out of there. They want Assange, basically, I think, this is my opinion,
Dead.
I think they want to do the same thing to him that they did to Ted Kaczynski, who was the Unabomber.
Yeah.
He's in jail. He's in a high security jail. I think it's in California somewhere. But I think they want to do the same thing to Assange, because what they do is, when they have a problem that they can't solve, they'll lay it before Kaczynski and use him to solve their problem. And I think they want to find out what Assange knows about all the dirty secrets going on in the government. Because I think Assange, when he came out and spoke out about what Hillary did before the election for Trump, I think that was basically shooting himself in the foot, because it was telling everyone in Congress, look, I know this about Hillary, and they're thinking, what do you know about me? That's why they want him so bad. They want to find out what he does know.
That's another good point. That's probably right on the money.
Well, I told this to Susie Dawson, and who's the guy that was the Deep Throat there that blew the whistle on Nixon?
I can't think of his name, because Deep Throat overshadows his real name, since when you hear about it or when you read about it, that's all you saw was Deep Throat says this or Deep Throat says that.
Well,
And
Susie Dawson asked him this. She did an interview on him, and the last question she asked him, I had put it in the chat, and she took it and asked him what he thought of it, and he backed me up as to they want to know what he knows. They don't want. They're thieves. They're manipulators. They're killers. They don't want this shit coming out, and they want to know what Assange can prove. Because if you go on to Susie Dawson's NSA or The Intercept, when they did the Snowden papers, the release on the government, they come out with some really bad stuff on that. As far as what the government is up to, what NSA is up to, it's just incredible. Anyway, that's what I got to say.
yeah, and just to add to what you said, the Unabomber was actually a Harvard graduate.
Oh yeah.
He was very well
He
educated.
went to Harvard at 16. He's a genius. That's why they didn't kill him. They didn't kill him. They want to know, he's a high-end mathematician. And they wanted to know exactly what, when he can help them solve problems. That's why they didn't kill him. I think they'll do the same to Assange. They'll put him in jail and they'll use him and use his, find out exactly what he knows, and they might keep him for years, because he also is a high-end thinker. We get some stupid people up there who can't think beyond their nose, but they're more than willing to turn around and use people who can think for their own purposes.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
What's going on in the country today with government and all of this stuff? This has been planned out a long time ago. If you think about this, this has been in the planning stage for about 30 years, 22 that I know of, as far as Koch brothers and Cheney putting the takeover of the government. They've been planning this a long time. Like right now with Betsy DeVos working with the education system, she's changing all that. I was just reading an article about her today. She's changing the rules on the education. They're doing it step by step by step by step by step. It's the frog in the boiling water.
Okay.
And I don't know what you think. I'm just stunned. I'm just absolutely stunned by these horrible people going after children and threatening them like that. And they're working on my family too. They've been doing that a long time. I just, what do you think? How do you think about this?
Yeah, when something hits very close to home, like Connie Marshall, it does make you do a lot of thinking about, what's going to happen, what's going to be the end game in the future, where is this going? But fortunately, it's not going to be around that much longer.
Well, I hear from everybody, especially Catherine Austin Fitts. She says the economy is slowing, and she thinks it's going to collapse. And she made a videotape. It had this logo of an octopus on it, and in it she described exactly, step by step, what will happen if this economy collapses. And this is done on purpose. This collapse is done on purpose. They planned it.
Well, I heard a very interesting scenario, which is actually quite believable, and that's that this came from Rick, who was on the call. If he'd like to explain it, I'd love to have him do it. Rick, do you want to explain the quick change between gold and oil? You're welcome.
What was the question?
Well, there wasn't actually a question. There was actually a question and a statement. She said that that the economy is definitely falling down, and she says it's planned. And what you know about it will uncover a lot of territory that no one has latched onto. Maybe they thought of it, maybe they didn't. But would you like to speak and tell the story?
The story of the U.S. dollar. When Nixon was in office, he took the dollar off the gold standard, and they knew they had to prop the dollar up with something else because, unless something is supporting the dollar, it's just a piece of paper.
Right.
So they got together with Saudi Arabia, and they made a deal that all the oil in the world would have to be bought and sold with U.S. dollars. And Saudi Arabia went along with it, and they talked OPEC into going along with it, and that's what's supporting the dollar. All the oil in the world is bought and sold with U.S. dollars until recently. Now, China, Russia,
Right.
and Venezuela, they want to use their own currency to buy and sell oil, and that's going to mess everything up for the U.S. dollar.
I thought that they were only going to use the yin or yang or whatever Chinese money is. I thought they were only going to use China. I didn't know they were going to use Russia and Venezuela.
Well, something about Venezuela. When President Hugo Chavez was president of Venezuela, he wanted to buy and sell oil with his own currency and not use the U.S. dollar. And I read an article that said that Hugo Chavez accused the United States of torturing him with directed energy weapons.
Yeah, I read that too.
Yeah, and
Probably true.
And shortly after that, I believe he died of a heart attack or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was because he wanted to, he wanted to get away from the U.S. dollar.
Yeah,
And
I know. Yeah.
So the United States figures that if they let one country do it, the rest of the world is going to want to do it, and that's going to wreck everything. So it looks like China and Russia are teaming up to do in the U.S. economy by wrecking the dollar. And now I think Saudi Arabia might be wanting to do the same thing too, from what I'm hearing.
Well, thank you very much, Rick. That's
welcome.
It's the most interesting and factual explanation I believe that I've heard in quite some time, probably since JFK wanted to change briefly over to the silver-backed certificates as they once were. But having the dollar backed by oil is a very risky way to do business. As long as you're
Yeah,
in
especially when
control.
we don't own it. Especially
Yeah,
when we
exactly.
don't own it.
Exactly. I mean, when you have a ship or several ships en route to the United States and the price of oil changes drastically before the ships get there, uh, the dollar could be bought and sold on the docks. It's just too risky because you have in today's economy countries continually changing who they are backing or supporting. And this is why so many of the countries over there have gotten such support from us because they are holding up our dollar. So in return, we give them our dollars, unfortunately. But Rick is correct. I've done some research, except for my 13 hours of sleep. And I can see that falling into place like a piece in a giant dollar bill puzzle. It works for me. But unfortunately, the gold standard doesn't change like the oil standard does. The oil
I
standard.
thought they wanted to go back on the gold standard. Weren't they thinking about that or something?
There isn't enough gold
Yeah,
to go back onto the gold standard.
that's right. And if you open up Fort Knox, you're going to see a lot of IOUs in there. That's the only thing I can see. Because China has been grabbing all the gold she can get. China has tons and tons of gold. Now, we have let gold just fall by the wayside in favor of oil.
China also has trillions of dollars in U.S. debt that they hold.
Yes. Yes. Now, I have a question. I've been thinking about this for quite some time. Okay, if China has trillions of dollars worth of U.S. debt. Now, what happens if they call it in? What are they going to do? Come over here and try and take over? Or just starve us?
Well, from what I understand, there are two things going on, and there could be more. But from what I understand, the Chinese are buying large tracts of land. And what was the other thing? What's going on with the debt? How they used to erase debt in past years between countries, and you can check this out with many, many wars, is to start a war. And what they do is they beat the shit out of the country that they owe money to and conquer it, and then they don't owe a dime. That's what's happened in the past between that's why a lot of wars have been started. So that could be a reason too.
No, we weren't allowed to own gold in large quantities as people were in the past. People had to give up all of their gold. And I'm just wondering, okay, today you can buy gold in as much as you want, from what I understand. So what changed that? I'm trying to get Rick to come back in here and pipe in again, but
Well, there's something else too about gold is that from what I understand, like from India people, when a woman has a dowry, She wears her dowry. It's all the gold that comes with her earrings, her bracelets, her rings. I mean, necklaces. It's like big time gold they wear. From what I understand, and I could certainly be wrong on this, is that quality of gold that they have there, and I thought there was a standard for it, but is a higher quality. How that can be stated, I don't know, because I thought 12 karat was 12 karat. Maybe it's like 22 karat that they have in India. But I know that I've talked to a lot of Indian people about that. They all tell me the same thing, that the gold is in India is of a higher quality, so I'm assuming it's more carats. You can only buy a certain carat here, maybe? I don't know.
Well, whenever you see companies running ads, we'll say on TV, about gold and we'll buy your gold, okay, that's when the economy is heading for the dumper. It seems like every time that I have ever seen companies advertise extensively on the net, in newspapers, magazines, everywhere, when you see that, you know the economy is heading for the dumper. And that's what happened in 2008. And in 2011, they had some extensive gold ads everywhere. And the economy went down in the dumper and came back out, fortunately. But every 30 years, we have a shake-up. And every 10, we have a correction, a stock correction, as they call it. In other words, everybody wants to jump out and see what's left. And then at the end of the day, they buy everything back. And it's just a correction, they call it, at the end of, we'll say, a 10-year period.
Have you been listening to any of Catherine Austin Fitz's videos?
No, I have not. What's his name?
Catherine Austin Fitz.
Okay.
And she's a high-end mathematician. She also worked as the second in command of HUD, one of the biggest organizations in the government. Matter of fact, Oliver North says when the deep state wants money, HUD is the candy store to go to. That's what she said. But she also says that there's $23 million missing from the United States Treasury. And what she's saying is that this dark state, this deep state, we're supporting two civilizations. From what I understand, this money is going for space to put rocket ships up and do all that space stuff. And a lot of it's like they've built 5 cities, underground cities in Virginia, just south of DC. And from what I understand, the people who live in that area have been saying that they're hearing these tunnels being built. And what they deduced is that they're building roads between these 5 cities. And Catherine Austin Fitz said that the stocks on mining mining stuff, the drilling and stuff like that, has gone through the roof, and so has in elevators, because she couldn't figure out why mining devices were high and why elevators were so high. And then she heard about the cities and being dug and built in northern Virginia, I think, not far from DC. And she she kind of said that's why she thinks that the stocks were so high. Now, is they high? I don't know. I didn't check it out. But I did go into YouTube and talk to and listen to some of the videos where the people who were living in this area on the surface were talking about these cities that they're building underground.
You know, Barbara, I've heard a lot about those cities. I've heard that they're in Colorado, which they'd have to really have some fantastic equipment to do it, because I think around Colorado it's all solid rock. It's like in Massachusetts we're on bedrock here.
But that's what they want.
Yeah, okay.
They want. That's why they got those big mining apparatus.
So where is the access to this these cities? I mean, there's got to be some kind of big giant doorway, if you will, to get to it.
In the Smoky Mountains, I think has something to do with it. Vaguely, I remember that they want these cities to be in bedrock. They want these cities to be solid. They don't want them to be, they're basically building them so that when the economy collapses, they can go and hide there and, stay there for as long as they need until it's safe to come out, like when we're all dead. So that's my thoughts, what I deduced from reading about it. I'm sure that they have like air purifiers and water purifiers, and they have whole cities under there. And that's where this 23 trillion that she says is missing from the economy. Now, you've got to go listen to her videos.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Go to YouTube and see if you can. I don't know the words to it, but it's the one with it's like an octopus on it, like a cartoon octopus. And that's where she lays out what'll happen as far as we're concerned, who don't have a backup for food or whatever will happen to us when the economy collapses, because she laid it right out. Matter of fact, when I listened to this video, it scared the shit out of me so bad, I had to stop halfway through and come back later and listen to the rest of it, because I was just so terrified. Anyway, I just thought I'd pass that terror on.
Yeah, I guess there's another underground city in New Mexico. So we have a number of underground cities, and there was a gentleman, his name escapes me, but he was discredited, I guess, for speaking about a few things, and unfortunately within it were the underground cities. So the underground cities got discredited as well as being plausible.
Well, you know that they've built something underground.
Yeah, I think there is. I know that it's supposedly an Air Force or an Army base in New Mexico. So I think they're all going underground expecting the worst.
Yeah, I think so too. I really do. So
yeah,
like I said, they've been planning this stuff for decades.
Huh. Any comments, questions?
Maybe
I was wondering.
What do you call them when they store all that food and stuff? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
Preppers. We should all be preppers.
Is that Richard I hear?
Yeah, it's me, Frank. Hi, guys. I just wondered about the
Miss Fitz video she was talking about. I was just wondering how old that video was.
I'll go check it out. I'll be back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Is
I've
that
heard.
Barbara? Frank?
Yeah.
Yes, sure is.
Okay. Yeah. She's been going on about this for a long time, and I'm in total agreement with her. And I know it's hard for people to think, but I was thinking about it today. You know, people think buy dry beans, buy rice, bags of rice. If we have a real grid situation, you won't be able to cook. You know, we were talking about. I have 3 organic gardens at my house during the summer. It doesn't do me any good in the winter, but I would say to people buy like canned beans. You know what I'm saying? Buy things that you can actually open up and eat if you don't have a power source to cook. And I do believe this will be coming. I don't know when, but I do believe we're going to have a problem at some point.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Water.
The name of this video is Entrainment, Mind Control, and the Fall of America, Catherine Austin Fitz, and she published it a year ago.
Okay. Yeah, I heard her on a call, coast to coast radio call show, a little while back, and she was saying that she had investigated the money that was missing, and the amount was $60 trillion. And that's the reason I was asking about the video.
Yeah, I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barb.
There it is.
Hey,
Smart
Barbara.
lady,
Lorraine.
too. Yeah, but smart lady,
Hey, Lorraine,
Barbara.
how are you doing? Have a happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
You
Thank
too.
you.
You too.
Nice hearing you. How's your husband doing?
My husband? He's retiring December 1, if you can believe this. He
How's the
made
seat?
it through 9 years of V2K. Was able to work a job every 5 days a week, you know? So we're all hoping this is all going to come to an end very quickly. I
How's
think
the
it will.
CD doing? How's the CD doing?
He didn't like that, Barbara. He thought it was just as obnoxious as the V2K. He said the only good thing that I like about it is that they have to listen to it. But we're all getting through this. It's tough, you know.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that they really don't like. There's a podcast on. It's called The News in Slow French. And there's probably hundreds of downloadable podcasts. And the perps don't like it. And you just brought up the reason, Lorraine, because they have to listen to it. They can't understand
Absolutely.
it. And it might affect their linguistic program, because it eventually is accepted as a language. So the computer, if it hears it enough, may pick up that as the baseline language for you if you do it enough. And
yeah, he said when he was listening to that thing with the tape there, the CD that he bought, he said it was like waterboarding. He said it was like a form of torture itself for them to listen to it. He said it disturbed him a lot, but he said it helped him somewhat, but then it would just get to him. He said it's almost as bad as the V2K, but he said the only good thing, he said they have to listen to it too. So, you know, good for them.
yeah,
You know,
that's the hitch right there. They
maybe
have
it's
to
the
listen.
psychology.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm still working on the Wikipedia. I did find other things. Senator Edward Kennedy actually met with Jim Guest, and they wanted to enact a law in Massachusetts legislature to stop electronic harassment. And that's
Lorraine, they already have that. They already have that in Massachusetts. They started out with that years ago.
That's a very weak law. That's chapter 107, I think it is. It's very weak. It's like a slap on the wrist. Like 5 minutes in the nothing.
The time.
They wanted to really bring in a really hard criminal thing for Massachusetts. Senator Edward Kennedy, of course, unfortunately, he developed a brain tumor, and he couldn't go further with that. He passed away, like almost a year later. But he believed in it, and he.
Listen, when the law first came out, the law stated that no one can use electronic harassment devices on anybody else. This is when it first came out. Then as time went on, they changed the law 2 or 3 times, I believe. And the last time it was only the police were allowed to have electronic, right.
And I'm up to that point, but then Jim Guest, who was a House representative, where it was out in Kansas, somewhere in there, and then he and Senator Kennedy wanted to enact a really strict law, and they wanted it enacted in Massachusetts. I mean, really big time. And then Senator Kennedy got sick, and he unfortunately passed away, but he believed in it. And Jim Guest definitely believed in it. Jim Guest backed up James Walbert, so you know. I have letters from him and all this kind of stuff. And actually, when he went to defend him and start going on about electronic harassment, he started being gang stalked and everything else. They went after him. So powers that they are.
That seems to be the method of choice to go after somebody who has obviously got somebody very angry in the higher-ups.
Yeah. Right.
Yep, that's the choice form.
Well, speaking of going after somebody, China's president orders military to prepare for war. The Mexican countryside is full of hundreds of tanks with red stars on the tanks. They have not been verified yet, but the military of all sorts, even the ones on leave or TDY, have been called to Texas. And this happened today.
Okay, well, Mexico's going to get a big surprise, and so's China, if that's what's going on, because Mexico's going to get stepped on like a little bug, and those tanks are going to become American property. That's what'll happen to that, without even firing a shot. Why would they do such a thing?
I don't know. There's something going on in Texas, and there's really no absolute determination of what it is, but there was an explosion over Texas. Some kind of EMF or EMP exploded high. They seen the colors. They saw the explosion. It was visible from the ground, and I think that whatever that was has something to do with it.
China's been doing that for a while. They shot an EMP missile, I guess, over a ship, or all I can picture is an aircraft carrier. Probably about 2 weeks ago, I think I read it. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, it went across the deck, and they've been flying their planes across some of our decks too, but this one went over Texas. Whatever it was, it flew right over Texas.
Well, that's a no-fly zone for China. China can't come anywhere near us.
Yeah.
And they shot a missile over Texas?
Oh. Well, I didn't say China did. Nobody knows who shot it.
Oh, okay.
That it was something of that nature. And then the tanks, all the tanks, there's hundreds of tanks have turned up, and also the UK has put troops in the streets in the UK over there. So
Who has?
something's going on.
The UK's got troops in the streets?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something about a protest, I think. They're having problems with the protests over there. There's another thing that.
Can you hear me? Frank, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
This happened
good.
in 1997.
And I'm sure I've been having problems with my phone. I got a problem I'd like to talk about with the group and see what their input is. I am a TI in Southern California, near Palm Springs. Have been for 3 years.
First name?
And Christy.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, and my husband and I bought a property up in Idaho and on 20 acres to try to escape this horrible nonsense. And we have neighbors that also have 20-acre parcels or whatever you want to call it around. And we had befriended one, and we thought he was, a real friend. And had him over for dinner, everything. Thought it was all good. And he called us this evening and said that he had called my mother, which we are not on speaking terms and are in current litigation with over a house. And he said that we had given him that phone number by accident and that he spoke with her. And that is not the case. We didn't give him the phone number by accident. And then he proceeded to go on to say that there are sinkholes in our driveway and we better be careful. And so, obviously we're a little rattled by this and know what it's all about. It's more of the same program. Does anybody have any advice, about this?
About sinkholes?
I'd check about the sinkholes, but, where do you live now? California?
Yes, we're currently in California, and we're trying to relocate to a more remote area to get away from the gang stalking and all of this. And it's Kendrick, Idaho, and we thought this guy was like the greatest guy. He said he was a Christian and everything else, and then he called us tonight and said that he called my mom and told her that we were where we were living, basically. And we are in litigation with my mom over a dispute over a house that we've paid into. And, we're like, what? We didn't give him the phone number of my mom. There's no way that the program had to have given him the number.
It sounds like maybe your mom hired him?
No, I don't. My mom hired him.
He's a detective of some kind or from the lawyer?
No, I think he had to have gotten it from the program or something, because there's no way he could have ever gotten the phone number. Because he was an Idaho neighbor, and we gave him our cell phone numbers, and he had stated that we gave him my mom's phone number by mistake, which we don't even have my mom's phone number memorized or even in our cell phones. So that could have never happened. Like, it could have never happened. So, and then he proceeded to go on to say that there was sinkholes in our driveway and we better be careful. So I don't know what happened there. I really don't.
Yeah.
So what's your point?
Well, I just wanted to ask, like, some advice on, you know, the perps, like with the group. How do we deal with the perps and this kind of stuff? It's like daily.
You don't talk to them. You don't listen to them. You don't have nothing to do with them.
I'll second that too.
Okay.
Everything that you are, everything that you could possibly be, every thought that you have, every thing that you care for, they'll find out about it or want to find out about it, and then they'll rip it to shreds.
I have experienced what you are saying. Okay. All right. So just don't talk to them.
Right.
Don't listen to them. Don't do what they say. Don't do anything that they suggest. Don't consider them your friends. Don't consider, if they do something nice to you, ignore it, because it's not
nice.
Well, it's a philosophy. If you do a negative and a positive, it usually causes inaction in the target. So they used to do this a lot to me. They would absolutely kill me, and then they would do something nice to me, and I would think, well, you know, isn't that bad? And you get kind of in a area where you don't know what to do.
I get it. Okay. All right.
I'll give you an example. It's really funny that you brought up a sinkhole, because they do ingest dreams into your head. And 2 days ago, I woke up and I said, they had threatened me in my dreams with sinkholes around my property, which I thought was really weird, because I would never think about that in a million years. And we found on the right side of our house, we were hearing banging, 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 you know, as if I get hit with direct energy weapons at night. And we found our whole house was completely destroyed on the right side. All the paint was peeling. It had only been painted 2.5 years ago. And we literally had to take a loan to have the whole right side completely reshingled, which has costed a fortune, like $10,000 just on one side. And, you know, it's just, I can remember even a dream only in the past week ago. It was almost like an interrogation about my last maiden name, and my parents Americanized it so it didn't sound the way it used to when my father was born. And they went through the entire thing of exactly how that name became what it was. And when I woke up in the morning, I said they interrogated me at night, and I gave them the information. Yeah. So it's just, you know what I'm saying? There's just so many horrible things that they can do. It's got to be really strong. Ignore them. They're just horrible people, and I know we got a Christmas present coming at some point, and I really feel this is all hopefully coming down soon. Has anybody heard from Karen Stewart, Frank? Any more news, or you can discuss?
I haven't heard anything yet, but there's we've got some fires going towards Washington, so that's all running good. But nothing from Karen.
Can I mention something that Lorraine brought up?
Sure.
She said that they were interrogating her while she was asleep. And this is true. They will do that. And then they'll make it appear that they're mind reading you. But the information they got from you about your private effects, or something you feel, or something you won't, they'll, because I woke up several times and I was like, what the heck was that all about? A question after question after question after question. And I would be talking in my sleep and they would be taping it, I guess. And it was an interrogation.
And it was. And I'll tell you something, Barbara. I know when our heat is on or any kind of electronics are on in the house, sometimes I'll wake up and I can hear mumbling, and I can never make it out. And you can hear it, but you can't understand it. At least I can't when I'm awake. And then one time I was awake and I heard them actually say to me, "You are a prisoner."
I'll be right back,
our
guys.
program.
I'll be back in
That's
3
basically
minutes.
what they said. Okay, Frank. You're a prisoner of our program. And it was very loud and clear. But it's just amazing. And I don't know if anybody else is going through this, but when I get hit at night, I can hear a jet come in, and it stops over my home. I know exactly what's going to happen when I hear that sound. And if I move to another room to go to bed, it'll actually move to another area over the house. And then I'm being hit by direct energy weapons or whatever the hell it is. And I don't know if anybody has that problem or not.
Lorraine, look up transponder. I look up transponder.
Okay.
I was outside. I was walking home from my storage unit, and it was a very, very hot day. And there was this little doorway that had a step and a little roof over it on the blind side of this commercial building. So, and it was on the street where I was walking. So I sat there and I laid down on this little step just to get out of the heat. And this plane went over me. And it was coming into Boston. And it was very low. And I saw circles of energy that looked like a triangle. Got wider at the bottom, smaller at the top. And it came from this plane. And I'm looking at it. I'm saying, what the heck is that? So I went and I did some research and found out that it's the transponder. They use these to land, take off, find out their position. They do a lot with these transponders. And it'll bounce down and then bounce back.
Well, what are they, Barbara? I mean, are they an actual jet or a plane or a drone or?
This comes from a plane coming in for a landing. It's giving them altitude and all kinds. They're like the license plate thing.
Mm-hmm.
Works the same thing. It'll hit the license plate and bounce back. Same with these transponders.
Okay.
So what I saw, and it didn't hit me. It was about maybe 8 to 10 feet away from me, but it was very clear. And that's what I was like. What the heck is that? So I started asking around. They said transponder, and I went and looked it up on Wikipedia. And they all use them, So you could be getting hit with some sort of a transponder modified to turn into a weapon.
Right. I just wanted to interject at this point. I've put probably 10 brand new documents up on the site, down near the bottom, obviously. And they are all about human rights and government testing and such. So they are worth a look at and a read. And the document that I was reading from earlier, another document that I do not have an author, and it fell out of the sky. I just found it, So, and I wasn't looking for it. It's not like I got it off a web. It just appeared like in my mail somewhere. Or actually, yeah, it's weird. But this is the second document that's happened with.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was reading some of your stuff on your web today, and I have to go over it again, and that's very, very interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of
the stuff on your website is getting, that CAT, CAHT, whatever they are, CAT, they're a human rights group that's following what we're doing.
Yeah. Exactly.
They're CAT. I find them just a little bit too technical.
Yeah.
Too much. You just can't read it all. But the stuff that you're putting out there, Frank, is readable, and it certainly makes sense.
Oh, thank you. I hope everybody else enjoys it too. And I put every time we have a show, the video ends up not probably the next day because I don't like to leave the computer on. It takes 3 hours to convert to MP4. So the next, probably day after the next, you'll see this particular recording up there. This is Monday night, and we usually run to probably 4 or 5 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
I like to
Now, that woman from New Jersey, Lorraine, she was the one who kind of came up with all that information about the psychiatrist group and the V2K, finding it in the journals. When I was doing my research for the Wikipedia, they actually, this one person said, you're not my big brother. I'm sure I can find exactly where he got this information from. But he also made the same statement, stating that the American and Canadian psychologists associations were paid off and given grants by the CIA and whoever to study remote neutral, the neutral remote monitoring and all that. So I guess they have a huge part in this. And frankly, I honestly believe they made up the schizophrenia crap, and it's all been V2K.
Okay, you hit it right there. That's just what I wanted. Yeah. That's just where I wanted somebody to go, and you did, Lorraine, because that article that I pulled up was the other Lorraine from New Jersey. I don't know if she's here. I don't see her, but she helped.
She brought up a lot of good information.
Yep. We have a medical journal, number 30. Volume 3, I think, or Volume 30, Article 3, and it's all about including the grant number that the Psychiatric Association of the United States funded through this grant the further development of V2K. And I think the reason why they've developed the protocol that they have is because they didn't expect that this V2K concept was going to be used on anyone in view of the strict violation of human rights that are in law everywhere in the United States. They're in force everywhere. When somebody gets caught with this, they get nailed to the barn door, I'll tell you, because we already have 3 in jail for life. And strangely enough, the charge was talking someone to death. Not taking their life, talking someone to death. 3 family members went to jail. It was reported on the FBI homepage of their website, April the 16th, I think 2016. April the 15th, 2016. So you might want to check that out in the FBI archives.
Okay.
or I actually have it, I can repost it again.
If you could, I'd like to read that, please.
Oh yeah, certainly. Not a problem. We can do that. Life with no possible parole.
Yeah, we're in a situation where we're very fortunate to have a meeting like this with you. I walk the canal all the time, the Cape Cod Canal, and there's a young man, and he lives up the street. He lives by himself, and everybody thinks he has what is it called, Tourette's syndrome.
Tourette's, yeah.
And I was walking, and it was in the winter. I was by myself. He was coming towards me, and he was talking to somebody, and he was screaming. I mean, screaming as if he was talking back to the person. And I got really frightened because I was by myself, and then I realized that he has V2K, and nobody knows about it. And they label him with this. I mean, he's talking to somebody. I thought maybe he had a Bluetooth on or something, but he doesn't. So he definitely has V2K, and I don't even think he knows it. But they labeled him as Tourette, and that's why he goes off into these tantrums. But I heard him specifically. He was screaming like, "Shut up! You know, who the hell do you think you're talking to? Just shut your mouth." And he was screaming. And I've heard it over and over again. And
Lorraine,
it's frightening to hear somebody say this out loud, you know?
Lorraine, you should grab a pamphlet or flyer and go over and stick it in his hand, and run.
I will.
Hey guys,
he loves me for some reason. He's very kind to me. I always say good morning to him when we're walking, and he's always good. But prior to him coming to me, I'll hear him talking to somebody else, and then he goes on. And schizophrenia, as far as I'm concerned, is just that was just a cruel trick on many thousands of people. That probably were in this long before we were. But I will.
Hey,
I wanted to do that.
I can hear you. Got a first name?
This is Mike in Colorado.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Good. I'm glad I didn't miss you. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lorraine.
No, I'm all done. I just think he's a V2K victim, and he's alone, and he doesn't know what the hell's going on. And he's screaming at people all the time. And I heard his dialect, and it was like somebody's talking to him, he's yelling back to him.
What's his age?
He's about, I'm going to say, he's about 39 or 40-something, maybe.
Okay.
In good shape. He's always by himself. He's never with anybody.
All right. Well, maybe I'll drive down the canal and meet you at a time when he usually comes by, and I'll bring some flyers and I'll give them to him. Hopefully.
Well, I'll print them out and I'll find them. And,
all right.
And I'll give them to him.
Good idea.
And he trusts me for some reason because he knew I always had dogs and always wanted to pat my dogs. So he knows, I'm okay with him. But it would be nice to just hand him something and maybe he'll understand it a little bit better. And maybe we can also give him the phone number to you,
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free. Take the Stars logo and put it on anything you want and pass it out with the appropriate email addresses and phone numbers, along with your own probably. But yeah, feel free. This is the Northeast.
I just feel badly because he's been labeled. He's been. We've actually had a couple of people. We had a woman that I knew when I was younger. She was a nurse, and she started telling me that people were watching her and all this kind of stuff. And I said, well, what do you mean watching you? She goes, well, they're trying to break into my home. And she ended up in a psychiatric situation, McLean or something. And she blamed it on her niece committing suicide. And she thought she lost her mind over this. And she ended up losing her home. And I talked to her about what I was going through at the time. It wasn't as severe, but I was trying to explain it to her the best I could. And she said, well, a lot of this is happening to me too. And it turned out the main perp in my area, who's an older woman, lived like 2 houses from her. And so I don't forget this, okay? I went through a lot of my files the other day, and so I was doing a lot of paperwork. And I know about 8 of my perps. I mean, know them. I know where they live. I know who they are. I know they chase me. They stalk me, all this crap. And I looked them up on Intel individually. And you know, every single one of them had the exact same salary, $53,000 and $600 for a salary, which I thought was very interesting. And I have this paperwork. I have it all printed out. So you've got 6 to 8 individuals that are not connected on Intel, but they all make the exact same salary.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. My whole building. Like, literally everyone in my building.
Huh.
One of my perps must be a alcoholic, because I make these pecan pies and I put bourbon in them, which the alcohol boils off. But I put the little nip bottle, just a little nip in with the vanilla, and I put it on my counter and went to look for it. It's gone. And I know he was in here. Took my nip bottle of bourbon.
Can't buy some booze for
Put something else in it, Barbara.
I should have. I got it drunk for a perp.
They can't put a bottle with 53K.
What?
Wow. They can't afford a real bottle of booze at 53 grand a year?
I guess so.
Oh my.
He stole my nip. I looked everywhere for that. And I know exactly where I put it. I know exactly where I put it. So I was putting it on the counter. I was going to pour it into my vanilla bottle to make my pecan pie for Thanksgiving. And everywhere I looked, it was gone. Absolutely gone. And I know a couple of the guys here are alcoholics.
Wow, that makes me want to drink.
Well, a nip in the middle of the day probably is like a little piece of gold or something, maybe.
Yeah.
But you got a bottle of bourbon out of it?
What?
They took the bottle of bourbon, or they gave
The
you
whole thing disappeared.
Oh,
the whole
damn.
bottle and everything. And
You son of a gun.
it was the biggest size than a nip. Is like a double nip bottle, and that's what I bought. Gone. So it wasn't just a tiny nip.
Next time, put something else in it, okay?
Yeah.
Rat poison or something.
Oh yeah, definitely. Put some decon in it.
Oh, there you go.
That's the strong stuff. They'll blow up like balloons and then pop.
They're all Jello mold brains anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Jello mold.
They're all
brains.
Jello mold brain anyway. They're all hive minded. It's not going to hurt them. They're all retarded.
Yeah, I haven't. Well, between
I
my,
like totally. All mine are on every button on the man.
yeah, I haven't found any men yet. You know, I think, well, Jesus, how can you call yourself a man and be a little wimp like this with your little stupid boxes and your microphones and stuff? And they just totally get to me because, you know, well, we're men. You're just,
Yeah.
you know, and well, if I'm that, what are you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't hide. I don't hide behind the walls and spy on children. I don't watch other men take a shit and get paid to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That was a little.
Yeah.
That's not graphic. That's real life, and that's what they do. It's sick. You know, I hate to keep going over what they do, but you know, there are a lot of new people that come on the call and they hear what they do and they say, "Wow, They do the same thing to me. And that's how this starts. That's how you spread, unfortunately. The bathroom thing sort of hooks a lot of people up to the whole idea.
My husband has a couple of things for them when it first started happening to him, the V2K, and it's 7 days, 24. And
Yeah.
he'd be taking a shower, and he'd just say to them, "Hey, enjoy the view." You know what I mean? And you know, you got to go back at them, and they're very sick people. But I do notice all of them, at least the ones that I'm dealing with, they all drive like really bad cars. Like really, they look like they just came out of the junkyard and they've been fixed up. They all look like they're, dirty.
Like,
they don't shower. They all got their hats on backwards. Big. They're just real derelicts. And I would like to know how they were brought into the program, gang after gang after gang, and group after group.
Some of them,
these people have been arrested.
Some of them
Because
very
they have no
innocently.
skill.
Some of them innocently. Some of them, or most of them, are retired, and they don't have anything to do. Now, unfortunately,
These are young kids.
Yeah,
right?
addicted to this. They get addicted just like a game. You know how kids come home
Video
from school and they dive on the computers, and that you can't tear them away from the computers. I mean,
I've heard that before, like addicted to perping.
Yeah, well, I call them addicted gamers.
Fast.
Gaming is what all the computers are all about. They're designed to keep the American public busy. So the kids don't learn anything, which they want. The kids are occupied, which they want. They're either home on their computers or they're in a gaming arcade somewhere. And they're not playing football. They're not playing baseball anymore. Or even stickball like when we were kids. They're out there gaming. So all of a sudden they find this game that's the game of games, trying to control a human being, and able to hurt the human being, and able to disorientate the human being into. I personally know a girl in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts, who was coming home from actually a liquor store with champagne because it was her birthday, and she was coming over to see myself and my girlfriend at the time, and for no reason, not half a mile from our house, she swerved into traffic and was killed right there.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I didn't want to say it, but it was my girlfriend's sister.
Oh,
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Definitely not surprised.
Yeah, and she was chipped too.
Yeah. You were talking about the bathroom.
Yeah.
I live in a boarding house, and bathrooms are like.
Yeah, that's well. See, what they're doing is they're going back. I keep saying this every once in a while. Hypnotism and anything that's going to try and hurt you, they try and hurt the 5-year-old in you. The 5-year-old that probably messed his pants, and they make fun of that. And the 5-year-old that,
all of a sudden, I hear in my head, "Oh, golden shower."
Oh, yeah.
And then I look up and I see the camera. I can see where the camera's coming in the bathroom. Why they're concerned about me peeing is just incredible.
It's the voyeurism.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Do you know what the charge is for felony voyeurism? That's like life right there.
Oh, good.
I've actually pulled some fiber optic out of. I don't really want to say a lot. My wife's around, and
I know where you got it from. Probably the hopper.
Yeah.
Really?
Isn't that terrible?
All the vents above. I went in my crawl space and started pulling stuff out because for months I would wait, like pretend to be asleep, and I'd see like lights in my room, and like started like kind of just pretending to be asleep and kind of trying to. It took months for me to finally catch one of them, and I pulled it out of one of the light sockets, like this weird little fiber optic that can move around.
Yeah, they have
sounds
those.
Science fiction, but I mean, you know, I've been at TI for that I know of 6 years. So, you know, yeah. And I actually caught one of my neighbors who's, I mean, they color code me every time I go outside. I told him, dude, you told me something the other day that I said to my wife in the bedroom that there's no way you could have known. And he looked right at his feet, like, and put his hands up. Like, dude, you're fucked, man. Excuse me, sorry. I don't know. I've never been on this call before.
No problem. No problem. No
Sorry
problem.
for my language.
No, if you're cussing somebody out, that's a problem. But if you just, if it's in conversation, I don't.
Anyway, I've seen the machine, and it's in this big black box that looks like a bowling bag, like a bowling ball bag, but it's a hard case.
Yeah.
And you can like kind of hear it reeling out through your electric lines, like the the metal tubes where your electric lines go through. They can run stuff through those lines, and find stuff that way.
Yeah.
You know what I've heard is that they'll it's not, you know how a CD sounds when you start it up? It has this particular noise when you start it up, and it just keeps going higher and higher and higher.
Yeah.
You can't hear it. Feel it. I've heard that so many times when and then the harassment will start.
Yeah. I can remember when we first started, we had a CD player, and just to annoy them, we would just play this song over and over again for them called, it's an old 50s songs by Patti Page, I Followed the Pieces.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they literally took the CD and wound it so fast, it blew up the whole system.
I play I Feel Loved by Donna Summer real loud. That's mine. And I dance too. I don't care. They're watching me anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No.
You can't let them get you. I think it's almost coming to an end.
I agree.
Think we're almost there. I really do.
My perps look like they're dying. I swear, they look like they're sick. They look like they're sick.
Yeah.
My perps look like they're sick. But
They're drug addicts,
look,
that's what they are.
yeah, well, yeah, they're all drug addicts, but they look bad.
Yeah, drug addicts, alcoholics, you name it.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I hear them. They're all giving each other gonorrhea, and it's gross. It's gross. It's gross.
Yeah. They flipped a couple of my neighbors. They drove a couple of the other ones out, and I get a lot of drive-bys. But these alcoholics. There's a couple of them that live next door, and then around the hall from me. And I don't know. I feel pretty bad for them. I don't know.
Did they move in after you, Barbara?
No, they were both here when I moved in. No, but they didn't know about this. They got hit. They were getting hit by the drive-bys. And that's what they did in my other neighborhood, too. They would hit the people around me and flip them. And that's what they did here. They were hitting my next-door neighbors and people down the hall. They were hitting everybody. Everybody in this building knows about it.
Yeah, my whole street. It's almost a joke when I go into like a 7-Eleven and I'm like, hey, I forgot to tell you I'm here. Yeah, it's okay. We're not worried about it. It's a joke. It's an open joke here in Colorado Springs.
Well, I think the reason that they do that is because they want people to know about this, because they want them to use them as perps. They flip them because they don't want to have this to happen to them, right? But
Yeah.
they also want them to talk about it to other people so that kind of like a Stasi thing. They want
Oh,
to
totally. That's
they
yep.
want to suppress the population, and that's how they're doing it.
I lived in East Germany 6 years after the wall came down, and I talked to some of the old people, and it's exactly what it is. Yep. Zersetzen means disintegration. It's supposed to call the target as disintegrating, but honestly, I on my YouTube channel, I put a letter, a thank you letter to my perps, telling them thank you for making me stronger. I meant it because they look like they don't look good, and I'm getting like I'm getting stronger, like even physically.
Good for you. I've said that to myself too, out loud to myself. I've said all you did was make me stronger. That's it.
That's it. You got it right there.
Good for you.
I think FEMA camps are for them.
Well,
The
they're
elites
gonna
can't
be.
even have respect for them. Yeah, I mean, there's so many of them, so few of us.
Well, there's more of
Hopefully
us
it
than
will
you
be.
think.
Oh, there's a lot more.
Yeah, there's a lot more that haven't come forward that are too scared, and there's a lot more in state hospitals. There's a lot more in jail. Jailed for no reason, as we've seen.
I spoke with some homeless people the other day.
Did ya?
Because every time I go downtown, they're all wearing black, red, and white, and I want to talk to them about it. That's like, for me, those are my colors, is black, red, and white. And I'm talking to them, I'm like, hey, where are you guys getting all these clothes? They're like, oh, they're handing them out right there. I'm like, well, is it always black, red, and white? And then all these homeless people keep showing up. They're all color coded. And so I started talking to them, and I'm like, you guys know about targeting and stuff? Like, yeah, we know, man, we know. But it's hard not to like get $5 and go get something to eat. So someone tells us to walk around you guys with our hands in our pocket and not say anything. You know, it's like, no, I get it. I can't get mad at you guys for doing that. You know.
Are they picking up like the colors of the day from law enforcement?
I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it. Cops hate me here. They hate my guts.
Yeah, me too.
I've caught them in meetings, like 2 police vehicles having a meeting with perp cars all around when I'd like take a wrong turn or accidentally go the wrong way. You know what I mean?
But Barbara used to be a cop.
Listen,
Barbara used to be a policeman.
Your first responders, if you think about what a first responder is, your EMT, your fire, and your
Barbara
police,
was in the Navy.
they are the first people to arrive on the scene of anything unusual that happens in town. They are first responders. So who can put the name of a person, say somebody flips out or whatever, at a first responder call, who can put their name on the list? All the first responders are involved in this. They are boots on the ground because they are first called to any incident, whether it's terrorism or fire or robbery, you name it. And they act accordingly.
It was like my Barbara. It was like my husband when he first, had the V2K. It went on for about a month, and he couldn't take it anymore. He was being microwaved. He didn't understand it. And he came out and he said to me, Lorraine, he goes, I don't feel good, and I don't even look like myself. And I looked at him, and his whole face was distorted and red. And I made a 911 call at 4 o'clock in the morning, and we know everybody in this town. We get along with everybody. And I don't recognize any of these people that picked them up. And one guy was very, nasty. And I said to him, do you have a problem? And he didn't know what to say to me. I go, you get my husband to this hospital, and I don't know what your problem is, but I'll address it later. I had to take care of the dogs at 4:20. I was at the hospital about 20 minutes later, and they had 3 guards around him when I walked in. He wasn't even in there 45 minutes. And I said, what is this? And they said, well, he's under surveillance. You know, he's being watched. I go, what do you mean watched? They said, well, he's saying things. I go, he's under duress, and why do you have two security guards around him? He hasn't even been here long enough, you know, to even be. So I ordered a brain scan and a CAT scan on his brain and everything else. And then there was the social worker, and they said, we want to put him in one of the best places. I go, where? What are you talking about? And they said, well, McLean. I go, that's a mental institution. And they said, well, he would only be there a week. The man that was in charge of him was a Harvard graduate. And when I went in there at the end and I got him out and I talked to him, I discussed things with him, he said to me, I will look into this personally. And he said to me, he does not even belong in here. I said, we know that. And I said, I should sue the hospital for even bringing him here. And he said, I will look into what you said to me, but he's fine. He doesn't belong here. And they just gave him Zoloft and sent him home, and of course they threw it out. But you know what I'm saying? It's just like, there are some people out there that are good.
Lorraine, when can you have him on again?
Who, my husband?
Yeah.
December 1, when he retires, okay?
All right, that sounds good.
No, he'd love to come on. He has to go to bed early because he has to be. I'm up at 5 o'clock in the morning to make sure he has breakfast, lunch, and he's off. And because he's got this 24/7. There were it's amazing that he can work the way he does, and but he is retiring. But I got to cover him a lot. You know what I'm saying? He had pensions, 2 pensions. I had to fill out all the paperwork for him. He just can't do this stuff anymore. And he's very careful about what he talks about. And in front of me, sometimes he'll say to me, don't tell me anything. I don't want to hear anything right now because I'll be tortured more. So I don't talk to him about a lot of things that we're on the calls with. But he would like to go on the call. No, he's held up pretty well, considering.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Basically, it's advice. I've been targeted for 6 years. I know my mother-in-law's boyfriend was part of it because I caught him, like physically with some machines in the beginning. I didn't know what they were though. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. But my question is, it's my wife. I know she's not a perp, even though that happens a lot, because I watch her. They're perping her, and when she's out and everyone mobs her and she doesn't understand what's going on, she comes back and tells me about it. This lady started screaming at me and screaming at the kids and for no reason. And I can see in her eyes that she's got some radiation stuff going on. And I mean, I've been in this for a while, so I know they couldn't turn her, I guess, or they tried, or I don't know. And she's still with me and she's still loyal, but she has seen things and admitted to me that she has seen things she can't explain, but she is not willing to say, yes, I know. You know what I mean?
The turning thing, like that is rhetoric, because the only reason that they want or that they say that is it's psychological. You see, they want to lower her to their level. So if she thinks, if they think that she will do that, they will then dive on her and get on her like a bad suit, because then she is at their level. So it's psychological. They'll never ever take anybody in or turn anybody. It's not going to happen. And that would jeopardize their anonymity too. They're very, very.
My parents made the wrong choice.
I see. Everybody makes wrong choices, but you deal with it. That's all, and go on, carry on.
Well, I mean, I'm not concerned for me.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm used to it. I'm used to the you know, at 3 o'clock I'm up every morning because there's a drone above me at, you know, like clockwork. Yeah. I mean, my son, who's 8 years old, and he just turned 9 years old, he knows what citizens on patrol are because of the vehicles they drive. He's seen the drones. He sees them, and he's asked me, yeah, every time you go behind that building, that little orange light moves. You know?
Well,
Yeah, we know.
yeah, there are drones out there. The question is, how close are they? Can you photograph them? And if they're right next to the North Star, don't bother. I've gotten in touch with a lot of people that saw drones, and I felt like I was in Project Blue Book with UFOs, because they're showing me stars, okay, that I know because I used to like to look at stars through a telescope. I was just a kid, you know, with a telescope, but I got to learn the stars that were around. And
oh no, this is clearly drones. I mean, it'll move
yeah,
100 feet to the left, 100 feet to the right.
yep. Well, I was just going to say that I've gone to a lot of homes and to see drones because I'm hot for the drones. I mean, I got to see these drones in action. So this two different people showed me stars, and I said, well, they're up too high. There's no way that they're going to shine as bright as a star. Number two. Number three, to refuel and keep that drone in that same exact spot, it wouldn't be a typical rear-driven drone. It would have to be a four-bladed.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Now the four-bladed police version is about, I don't know, 5 feet by 5 feet or 5 by 4.
Yeah.
But it's got 4 rotors on it. 4 or 6 rotors.
Yeah, it's got 6, and it's probably about 5 feet across. I got a telescope, so you know, and I had my family watching it while I would like go around the buildings and like, you know, trying to make it move.
Yes.
And they usually don't like to move around too much when there's other eyes on it, but when it's just me, they don't care. Like whatever, we do what we want.
Yeah.
You know?
I have a picture, a still of a police drone inside an exhibit building where they were showing the drone off. And so the police departments legally have drones. Now, what they use them for, I don't know. What it's supposed to be, and what I think it is surveillance of, like, we'll say, a meth lab or something like that. That's
well, I get directed energy from mine.
You do? Have you measured it?
I measured it, and it was around 200 one time.
200 milligauss?
Yeah, and it was probably 300 yards, like 3 football fields in the air.
Yeah, I live with 500 all the time.
Jeez.
Yeah, 500. Don't get any lower than that.
Wow. No, usually my house around me is around 80 to 130.
80 to 130? Well, you know what's acceptable? 30.
Yeah.
So, you know I'm getting cooked here, but there's, I'm still getting the word out, so I feel I'm ahead of the game. And I'm really not getting hurt.
Are you talking those meters that measure?
Milligauss.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. It's a meter that can actually measure
right.
the megahertz in your house.
Well, yeah.
I had somebody give me one, and I tested it in my house, and there was one area in the loft on the second floor. I went up, and I took pictures of it all.
Yeah.
So I went down to the bathroom where there was nothing. It was like 23 to 32. And up in the in the loft where I was sleeping at the time, it was almost 1,300.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've seen that too.
The most I ever had was like 700. And I found them.
Always
and I
know. All of the stuff that you record, all of the stuff that you don't think is important right now, and you think it's like, well, maybe I did, it's just a waste of time. It isn't,
Okay.
because as you go back and you look at it again, it's just evidence. That's what it is.
Yeah, what you have to do is make sure the room is clean of electronics, because even if there is like a blender in the room, like the kitchen, it's going to pick up off of that, because anything, whether it's plugged in or not, anything that has a coil will read off of that meter, because any coil of wire will produce a reading. And that's the principle behind, what am I trying to say? They just stepped on my head again. I hate that. You're just about
Are you referencing Tesla?
yeah,
Well, I find
wireless
when I go to
electricity.
bed at night and unplug things,
Yeah,
whether it's your radio, a blender,
that's a
a
good idea,
microwave,
Lorraine.
no, really,
Yeah, but your room's
it
still got
helps
wire
my
all
husband
over
a
it.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some people that just go to bed at night and leave the refrigerator on.
Well,
we
you gotta
might
keep
try
that on,
that.
you know.
Yeah, we might try that.
Gotta keep the stove and the fridge on. But
yeah.
I do sometimes unplug the stove. But because I have a gas stove, I can get away with that.
Yeah.
But certain things like radio, you know, fans, anything like that, unplug those at night. You'll see a big difference.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they will use, it seems, with their audio. They can put audio anywhere, but they seem to like to put audio around AC devices, like your lamps, computers. Now, Christmas lights. Now, there's lights everywhere. So they actually, I think, react with possibly the AC that we run. Because you can actually
I know if I have the AC on in my room, I can wake up and I can hear voices coming out of the air conditioner.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the alternating current, right?
Alternating current, right.
Yeah, that's what you mean, okay.
Yeah, it's too bad they used, way back in the day, they used 60 hertz, because you don't have to. You can go way up into like 6,000 volts with hardly no amps and run everything. You're exactly right. And they don't get hot. They don't even get warm, but they run more efficiently. So, and high frequency electricity is far less dangerous than the stuff we use with the high amperage. I mean, 200 amps will kill you and fry you up like a turkey, right down to the bone. But 6,000 volts at like 3 milliamps will just give you a bite, but it'll let go of you. Just give you a quick bite. I can stand there with 6,000 volts going through my finger, you know, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, but 2 amps will kill you.
Yeah, if you go up to 2 amps, now that's a hit. But milliamps, like, you know, even up to 30, it won't bother you. And
as a diesel tech for the smear campaign, me and the starters we'd have to throw in when they're engaged is 100 to 800 amps.
Yeah. Oh, that's killer.
Turn a diesel motor over. Yeah.
That's killer.
Oh, yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, and the place they use high frequency electricity is in illuminated signs or neon lights, things like that.
Yeah, power pack.
Yeah, the transformer is it weighs probably about 6 or 8 pounds, and it's a little over a foot long, and you can buy them at that disgusting place that sells that equipment that'll make you sick. What's the name of that site, Lorraine?
Oh, the one in New
It's
Hampshire.
Oh yeah,
something like Amazon, not Amazon, but it's like it's something in New Hampshire.
yeah. We all know what they're selling, but that's what you can buy transformers there. Now I bought a 4,000, I think, off.
Amazing one.
Amazing one. That's it.
Yeah.
And I bought a 3,000 volt and a 6,000 volt. I still have them, and that's to create light up my little device that will kill like a chip. You know the house phones that you carry around, not a cell phone, but you know the house phones. I can just go up to one of those and just leave it on for 30 seconds, and the house phone's junk. But I designed it.
Cool. Can you put that on my arms and legs? I've already had a couple removed.
A couple of chips?
Yeah. The doctor retired like 2 weeks later.
Do you have them?
Oh my God.
Yeah, big old scar on my right arm.
Do you have the chips?
Do
you have the chips, though?
Hello?
Do you have the chips?
Oh no, he wouldn't even let me. He let me hold the jar with the big chunk of meat from me.
Yeah.
Like he took like a ping pong ball size around this thing. Like huge, way bigger than what was inside of me. I didn't understand why, but
that's the
so
body.
I couldn't see what was actually in it.
The body does that. It wants to calcify anything like that. And what's the proper word? Encapsulate it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it knows it's a danger.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have one above my my left knee, and it still keeps trying to come out. But I'm not going to go to the hospital. So.
Yeah, well,
we did a test years ago. My husband felt his chip was in his knee.
Yeah.
We have photographs of him. He was downstairs in a private area in the house, a private apartment that we have that wasn't rented. He was sleeping downstairs to see if he can get away from the V2K. Next day he got up and he had injection marks behind his knee, and I did take pictures of them. They looked like needle marks.
Mm-hmm.
But we got one of those electronic testers, like when you test like a plug.
Yes.
And he has an electrical background anyway. And he had one, and it has like a pen, and he would point it towards his knee, and the whole thing would just light up like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a section.
And then,
oh, go ahead, Lorraine. I'm sorry.
But no, it was only at his knee. The whole thing would light up. So we really do believe he was chipped there. But when they figured out what we were doing, they would shut off the V2K.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then it wouldn't light up at all.
They do have a phase where they're charging. There's a little tiny copper coil in there, and it's hooked to a capacitor. Now, when you think capacitor, you don't think battery, but you should, because a capacitor is actually a battery. Yeah, it stores juice up to a certain point, and the components inside the chip are drawing off the capacitor. So it's an even flow of wireless electricity to this little coil and to the capacitor, and then to the little electronic board that's inside there. And that is synonymous to Mr. Tesla's wireless electricity, because that chip is being charged by ambient radio waves. Like if you turn your microwave on, it might charge your chip. That's no bull either. That's true.
No,
I know I have one in the back of my
like
neck.
we shouldn't even have a microwave in our house.
Yeah, that's why the chip in your key works in your car, because the chip charges all the time, and when you touch it to your the office to put the key in, it recognizes that and releases the locking mechanism on your ignition.
Okay.
So, I never understood years ago how chips like that worked. I'm saying, well, how the hell does it charge up? Well, it charges up by Mr. Tesla's wireless electricity. So I made a wireless electricity unit. It wasn't big, but it was 6 centimeters on the drive or the load coil. Then across the room, the same 6 centimeters with a light bulb, and it has to be exact. And you just flip on your power source, and the light across the room will light up. So that I had to see that, and I had to do it so that I could understand how these chips work. And it's really amazing, and it'll flip you out. But they're using it in an area that you're familiar with. Now, I think you probably heard of wireless charging for your phones. Have you heard about that yet? Well, that's the principle right there. Wireless charging.
About that for a long time.
Yeah, we're going to get killed off if we're not careful by this 5G thing. That is, and another thing that happened to me, I am going to move from my present residence because the floor was insulated with open cell foam, which is, it's not good at all, open cell foam. So open cell foam, if you laid out all those tiny little bubbles in there, you'd have like a house plot full of plastic. So this 8 to 12 inch layer of foam is making me sick. And there is something in the air down there. I have a watch that will pick up, sunlight and room light, and it'll glow in the dark, right? But not for long. Well, where I live, my watch lights up like a light bulb almost, and stays lit all night, through the night. So there's something in the air. So I'm getting out of there. I think they've...
Yeah, under my building, a crawl space that I'm not allowed to get into, but I hear people down there, and I smell weed smells. They're all down there hitting me with electric energy.
Yeah.
I've actually called them out before because it was like they were so sloppy like this summer. They're all drunk and jumping in there and slamming doors, and I can actually hear them talking, and like, man, you guys are so sloppy. You need to at least oil that when you're going down there.
Really?
Yeah, I told them that shit, and every once in a while there's still somebody tries to go down there, but I'm not allowed to go down there, according to my landlord. I can't go down there. Whatever. The landlord's all part of it too. I mean, the whole building's wired for sound.
Lorraine, how far are you away from Pilgrim?
From where? Oh, I had a question. I'd like to know how far everybody is from an Air Force base.
I'm
only about 8 minutes.
I live by the Air Force Academy, about 11 miles south of the Air Force Academy. My front window looks out at Cheyenne Mountain. Literally, I can open my window and there's Cheyenne Mountain, which is NORAD. Schriever Air Force Base is not very far from here, and Fort Carson Army installation is, I think, 12 miles south of me. I also have 2 Lockheed Martin manufacturing plants.
Wow.
Like, I have everything here. Like, everything.
It would be a good idea to find out how far everybody. in answer to what you just asked me, Frank, I live about maybe 25 minutes, 30 minutes from the nuclear plant, and I will tell you something. My uncle, Max, was the head chief engineer of Plymouth Nuclear for 35 years.
Oh, I had a friend that works there.
No, he was the chief, like the chief.
Chief of the plant?
He was brilliant.
Chief engineer?
No, he was the top. Okay, he had the top position for 30-something years. He died.
Yeah.
Very young, actually, 72.
He
had a photographic memory. He died of Alzheimer's. And so I'm about, I'm in Bourne. You know where I am. And Bruce Rie, probably about maybe 25 minutes.
Mike, is this Mike? Was that Mike from Colorado talking?
Oh, what's up?
Hi, no, this is I don't think I've talked to you yet, and I know there's more than one Mike, but this is Tracy in Colorado. Yeah, I live in Fort Collins. Hi, and Laura was talking about you, so I just wanted to say hi. I'm the one that lives in Fort Collins, so there's tons of Air Force Base, military, yeah, all over the place around here. So National Guard, tons of stuff.
Yeah,
hi.
I think it's my whole neighborhood. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah.
I just live with assholes.
Yeah. She has a whole building full.
Really?
Yeah. She has a building full. I've seen.
Well, we're also 10 minutes from Pave Paws, which is one of 2 missile detectors in the United States. That is right next to Otis Air Force Base. And so I'm only 10 minutes from an Air Force base.
Wow. So I wonder how far I am away from that base.
Yeah, you're not that much further. And we also have Lockheed Martin that opened up another situation in Marion.
Oh.
They have offices now in Lockheed Martin. I personally believe they have a private airport that nobody knows about.
Yeah, there's a Lockheed Martin next building from where my wife works, right next door.
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
I mean, I actually had Otis Air Force Base because I questioned them about all the helicopters and everything over and chasing me and all this crap in the beginning. And they invited me over. And they said, Mrs. Thompson, anytime you want to come over, we have all of our, aircraft right in their carriers right now, and you can view them. I said, well, I have drones overhead. I had actually, what do you call those drones that are really, they have a terrible name for them. They're huge. I don't know if they call it like the Terminator or something. I was gardening in my yard one time, and I saw a shadow. I thought it was a cloud, and I looked up, and it was a huge drone just floating over my house very slowly, and it was the size of my house, if not bigger. It was like almost like 80 feet, 100 feet, and it just floated off back to Otis. And Otis, as you know, I don't know if anybody knows this, they denied they had any drones. They weren't into drones and all this stuff. And Otis is one of 6 major drone bases now in the world. There were 6 of them, and they're one of 6. Yeah.
So all the drones in this area would come out of Otis?
Oh, absolutely. There's one in
Western Mass. Lorraine, would they do New England? Would they be like New England?
Well, think about this, Barbara. You were in the service. If you took like a major plane or something and you had to get to Western Mass, you'd be there in 15 minutes, 25 minutes, if that. And, so definitely they're covering Cape Cod, New Bedford area where Frank is, Plymouth, but then,
I saw one
They're
over
right.
Peabody, and the only reason I'd say it's a drone is because it was stationary in one spot, and they can do that. And it wasn't a star because it was between Earth and the moon. And you could tell it was between the Earth and the moon, and that's where a drone would be. Anything higher than that would either be a satellite or
Yeah,
a
no, I have
star.
hundreds of pictures of these. Yeah. I mean, this was in broad daylight. It wasn't at night. If you can imagine this
Wow.
huge thing over your head, no more than maybe 600-700 feet over my house, just floating by with no noise.
Was
and
it
bigger than
triangular?
my house.
Yeah, they've got them that they'll fly. Same with helicopters, they'll fly without any noise.
Yeah.
Triangular shaped.
I'll be right back, guys. Coffee.
Did you get a
All right, I'm
picture of
going
that,
to bed.
Lorraine?
It's almost 12. I got to get up early.
Did you
Good night,
get a
everybody.
picture of it?
Oh, don't go, Lorraine. Come on.
Lorraine, did you
I get up
get a
at 5.
picture
I'll
of it?
stay on for 15 more minutes.
Okay, thanks. I'm
I
gonna grab
know.
some coffee.
You know, I was thinking that, Barbara. I'm in the garden gardening, and I said, "Oh, of course, I don't have I don't have a camera." You know, and it was on the front of Time magazine. They showed the exact same drone floating
Wow.
over these houses. It was the front cover, and I'm sure I can find it again. But it was huge.
Yeah, they are big. Some of them are really big.
Yeah.
But those are usually the ones that stay up for like forever.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Well, I told you what happened in Cambridge, right?
Yeah.
The cops bought a drone, I guess, and they were using it, and they were peeking into people's houses. And
You're
the
kidding
people,
me.
the people reported it to City Hall. They got really pissed about it. So Cambridge
Oh, my God.
had a forum. They called it a surveillance forum. And what they did was they had the cops there, they had the ACLU there, they had City Hall, the mayor, and the what do you call the people that support the mayor, the committee of some sort, city committee or whatever you call it. They had everybody there. That's the one that I went to, and they were talking. The people there who were talking to the mayor about this, they were very upset about drones in their bedroom. And what happened was the cops had bought the drone and didn't ask permission from anybody to use it. And
Really?
yeah, I guess they got, I don't know what happened, but I know that it was taped. There were 2 or 3 people there taping it, and I emailed the clerk who was at the meeting and asked for a copy of the tape, and she said that they didn't tape it, and I know they did.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
That was right in Harvard. It was right around Harvard University.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It just blows my mind that the majority of the American public has no clue what's going on.
No.
And when it does happen, if we don't bring it down, they're going to be in
Eyes wide
much worse
shut.
shape than we are.
Oh yeah.
You can't see anything if you got your eyes closed.
I know. It's true.
Well, I know everybody here in Peabody, at least on Main Street. My neighbors, they know all about this because you can come right outside, park out up the street, and you should see the reactions. I was walking home one day, and there was a group of women standing on the street talking, and boy, they all stopped and they just stared at me, and it was when I was getting hit the most. And all the women around here in this building and the neighborhood, they all know about it. They all know what's going on. You want to sit outside my street and watch and take pictures? Go right ahead. At least somebody would.
Wish somebody. You wish somebody would.
I think it's something will change soon.
Hey, Dawn.
Hello.
Dawn, you have an audio issue. It sounds like your mic is actually shorted. I'm not sure.
Barbara?
Is that Paul?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I was on the
Hi,
phone.
Paul.
Hi, Barbara. You told me to email you, but I had left your email at home. But yes, you're still on Facebook. You told me to let you know if you were still on Facebook.
Yeah, thank you.
You've been posting, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what I did was I went from public to friends, and that's where I'm gonna stay, and I might even go below that, you know.
Hey Frank, it's Al. Back on again. I got off to just get some things done. These people disgust me, and you know, you give them a couple hours of downtime, and they're just waiting to start, cleaning themselves up. So.
Okay.
Hi, Lonnie. How you been?
How have you been?
Good.
Good. That's good.
I can watch the shift change in my house. Like 8, 9 o'clock, 20 cars will leave, and then 20 other cars will show up, and they're all perp cars. Been on for years.
20.
I checked my
Can I ask a
voicemail.
question? Oh,
Sure.
sorry,
Go
didn't mean to
ahead.
interrupt.
No, it's okay.
Frank, and anybody that has any input on this, or Frank, I know that you and a lot of people and the moderators think that by the next year that some stuff's really going to start happening. And is there a way to, with all this stuff, as well as like shutting down the satellites and everything that I hope and everybody does will happen to take these people out of commission?
Yes.
Is there a way that they can also be hit in the pocketbooks? Because you
Oh,
take
I
away
hope
the
so.
money.
Oh, they can.
And they
You have no idea.
crap.
Yeah, they're going to pay and
What's
pay.
that?
Pay.
Because if they don't have money, I mean, that'll disable them right there a
Well,
lot.
The government
Catherine
is going to shut.
Austin Fitts suggested that if you want to shut the system down, have all the towns, there were 3,200 counties, 32,000 counties in the United States. Instead of sending your taxes to DC, put your taxes in escrow. Have the town put all your taxes in escrow. I don't know how you do it, but that's what she
Ain't never gonna
said.
run out of money.
Did
Can you tell right now?
Yeah, that's fine, Don.
I would have thought we could have gotten them with their egos while they finally are going to make a really big mistake, but there are so many of them that they're just going to have other ones fill in for. So.
Well, and it seems like they're getting overconfident to me and sloppy, which all like
Oh,
stereotypes
totally.
do.
Yeah.
Sloppy. And so, yeah, the money, that can also hit them from another angle besides what everybody's doing to try to stop. That would be. What were you going to say, Frank? You were going to say something about the money?
This is what's going to happen. The government is going to shut the money off, and it's going to leave the perps hanging out in the breeze, and they're going to be the fall guys for this. So they'll grab up all the perps, the government will remain clean, and they'll be labeled domestic terrorists, and
Plausible deniability.
they'll all end up in the way of the Unabomber. and that's what's
Yeah,
going to
I
happen.
think that's
This is worse.
Wait a minute. Why would the government do that?
Why? Because
Yeah.
they cannot be held responsible for this, and they won't be. They'll pass the buck, and they're going to lay it on the perps. And
Yeah,
once they
they'll be
shut
the
the
fall
money
guys
down,
for everything.
oh yeah,
They'll be the fall guys. Yeah.
yeah, I
Because
can.
they even went after Tom Drake, Bill Benny, Kurt Weavy,
Yeah.
the others that really were in the NSA that started to see this stuff after and around Snowden. They really went after them and discredited them and targeted them too for trying
Brian,
to stop
too.
it. So it's going to pick the people as fall guys that they can
Yep.
within the government too, I think. And yeah, it's not going to go good.
No, it's not.
Well,
Frank, I have a question for you.
the
Why-
sloppiness. Wait a minute, Barbara. The sloppiness is coming from being addicted. They addicted to
Yeah.
it now. So that's
yeah,
where the
yeah.
sloppiness is coming from. They so addicted, so they getting that's why they getting so sloppy. You know, they like to see us in pain and torture. So that's why it's being sloppy.
I'm sorry.
First, they have to go higher and higher to get that fixed. They have to keep going higher and higher and
Yeah.
higher. Yeah.
I think that you're missing a point, though. I think you're missing
How are
a
we
very
missing the point?
valuable point.
Go ahead, Barb.
Well, the point is that the government is behind the perps. That's
But they will pay credit for it.
no, wait a minute. That's the
I'm
government
talking about
hidden,
whenever they have to end it,
standing
whenever they have to
army
program.
nationwide.
Well,
When they
there's a
get
lot of-
exposed, Barbara, he said, when they get exposed,
They
that's
ain't
when it's
gonna
gonna.
expose them. The government's got it under national security because of the
gonna
directed
happen.
energy weapons.
It'll happen.
That's
It's a work in progress.
They're out.
They have to answer to
that's what it looks like.
There are too
They
many
don't
people
have to answer
acknowledging
to
this.
nobody. They don't. They don't even answer Congress.
systems to do for
Okay.
those that have integrity. Yeah.
This is what's
They
going to
don't
happen.
even answer to Congress.
The government needs a
Right.
fall guy for this
For what?
because it's too friggin' big. It has hit too many people.
Exactly.
It's hit too
Yeah.
many American citizens. Now, earlier tonight, I read a document that Mr. Bush was supposed to sign, and it was right before he did, and it concerned the American citizens and all the rights we have. And it also brought up all of the procedures for, if you have a test person. And in this case, I should get it out and read it. Would you like it, Barb? I'll read it for you.
No.
I would, because I actually got cut off right
I
before
would.
you started.
Okay.
They're ignoring everything.
All right. I'll pull that up as soon as I find it. Hold on. I'll take care of it.
They don't care. You don't understand.
Well, you wait and see. You wait and see when they get exposed. You'll see who the blame's gonna fall on.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter
Snowden
how much
papers.
power the government has. At the end of the day, there are very few people in government compared to how many people there are out here that are going to be outraged whenever this all comes out.
They don't
That's all it
care.
takes.
Okay.
Have you been getting a break lately from being hammered or hurt?
I've actually
You know,
been getting a couple times over.
Can I read this? I'd like to read a few paragraphs. In October 2000, Congressman Dennis Kucinich introduced in the House of Representatives a bill
They all know about.
would oblige the American president to engage in negotiations aimed at the ban of space-based weapons. In this bill, the definitions of weapons systems included any other unacknowledged
Barbara, can you mute?
It isn't
While you
me.
read it?
any other acknowledged or as yet undeveloped means inflicting death or injury on or damaging or destroying a person, parentheses, or the biological life, bodily health, mental health, or physical and economic well-being of a person through the use of land-based, sea-based, or space-based systems using radiation. What the hell is going on?
Can that person mute?
I'll find out who they are.
That bill was never passed, Frank.
Hold on. Sea-based or space-based systems using radiation, electromagnetic, psychotronic, sonic, laser, or other energies directed at individual persons or targeted populations for the purpose of information war, mood management, or mind control of such persons or populations. This is showing you what they knew in 2000. Okay.
Right.
As in all legislative acts quoted in this article, the bill pertains to sound, light, or electromagnetic stimulation of the human brain. Psychotronic weapons belong, at least for a layman, uninformed of secret military research, in the sphere of science fiction, since so far none of the published scientific experiments has been presented in a meaningful way to world public opinion. Now, that's not true. In 1974, I just showed you an article and proof to the Psychiatric Association of America, and it showed that they took out a grant in 1974 to produce and let me see, develop V2K.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a lie. Okay, and let me see. Look
Yeah,
for any
that's
good
the
parts.
finish. He wrote that, and they didn't pass it, and he lost his seat.
What was his name?
Kucinich.
This was published by GR Publishing, August 2004. So I guess we can. So you know the bill?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Kucinich. It didn't pass, and he lost his seat because of that bill in Congress. I
He
forget
lost
what
his
state he
family
was
members
from.
too.
Yeah, what state was he from? Minnesota or something? I don't know. I don't know.
Midwest.
Yeah,
Well-
but he lost his seat.
Well, thank you for the information. I really appreciate it, because now I have an author.
Doesn't pass it. What do you mean?
Okay.
Good friend.
All right. What I'm trying to do is correlate the negligence and the loose lips that the government has had, forgetting about things that have been already put into print.
There goes fluffiness.
Yeah, well, we have that document also that was found in a copy machine. Silent Weapons for a Silent War. That's an amazing document, but I don't like the correlation to science while he's explaining something. It's a little bit on the ridiculous side in that respect. But because it gets ridiculous, he relates everything to a science project. Why didn't he just stick to the original topic and read it? And for those who can understand it, which is, I didn't have any problem with it. I'm sure nobody here would have any problem with it. He had to ruin it by correlating it to ridiculous science projects, if you will. So I found that I can't even stand listening to it. I mean, I posted it. It's on our site. Anybody would like to read it, download it. But I just didn't like it. Yeah. Well, you can go there and get a link and read it.
I have a question. I agree with you. I agree that the elites or the powers that be or whatever you want to call the people that we're never going to meet, who write the checks for the perps. I don't think they have any respect for the perps. I think they look at them like lowlifes because they are.
Yeah.
You know, I think they look at us like we're better than the perps because they know we have integrity. And my question is, I want to compile a list. I want to make sure they get what's coming to them. I want to make a list of addresses and all of this.
I got a list of everybody. All their email
Or can
addresses.
I add mine to yours?
Okay, I'll get it for you.
I'm talking
And
now.
you have a file of everybody that has, like when I send stuff to you, like plates and things like that, you put it in a file for everybody, so that's good too.
Yeah, anytime you send anything, it goes in your file. What I'd
I found a stack of plates, guys, like with magnet strips on the back.
Yeah.
And like walking in a trail not far from my house, like a stack of like little metal squares with magnets on the back.
Yeah.
With different plates on them. They just slap them on. They just change them out. They got like a trunk full of them.
Oh.
The cops hand them out. So just the FYI, those plates just constantly. Lately, they don't even use plates around me. They don't even use them at all.
Huh.
Yeah.
Bob, you driving a submarine up there?
No, I mean, you know, what are they going to do? Get pulled over?
Yeah.
So.
I lost my train of thought. Okay, this document has the email addresses of everyone who's anyone in government. So if you want to send something that will hit nerves, use these email addresses. And I think everybody knows how to add multiple email addresses. But I will get them.
Let me tell you something about sending a email or a letter to Congress.
Okay.
Make sure that you go into their district and use put a zip code from that district on your return address, because if it's not somebody who's in their district, they throw it away.
Okay,
They're only
that's a
concerned with their own jurisdiction.
Okay, but these emails are going to go to the desk of each person in their jurisdiction, and the email is as snail mail. Email is considered like snail mail now. It has the same clout. So the only thing it's missing is a stamp, and that's coming.
Or my email, I forward them to even people I don't want them going to. So there's a paper trail, and in case my stuff gets corrupted, well, hey, so-and-so's already got it, and they printed it, and there's a hard copy. So,
yeah,
you know, you can't say what was never sent because, well, there's an electronic paper trail. So
I share among 3 clouds with a land-based copy, 2 land-based copies. So we got 5 different place depositories where everything is synced. So
I have.
All right, go ahead, Trace.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, because I'm so technically challenged anyway, and I should know more technology to fight against this than I should, and I'm learning and have an aversion to it now more than I have before. But I have thought about getting a safety deposit box too, and it's $100 a month, but just keeping all my paperwork and
$100 a year.
$100 a year. Oh, okay, that's not bad. Maybe I will do that then. Okay, but yeah, just because I have a lot of written plates and people and documentation and a lot of paper trail too. But so that might be a good idea too, as a safety deposit box
That
for somebody.
Yeah, and give the key to a trusted somebody, or put the key where you know that. Damn, do you have any relatives, Tracy?
I don't.
Where you
I
can
could give
find
it
it.
to. I could give it to Laura.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, give it to
Or my
somebody you
mom.
trust, and go from there.
Brother. Okay.
Is Rick still with us? Or, huh? Rick? Very smart individual, Rick is. Every time he calls me, he regales me with some bits of information that are interesting. But he's very smart individual. He's done a lot of work in research and history. And I
Frank, can you go over?
Go ahead, Paula.
Can you go over that declaration thing you said earlier when we first got on? I was on the buses, so I couldn't barely hear you. Can you go over that again?
Yeah, I think that everyone should come up with a dying declaration, and I think I might have a template for it, on file with a safe team member or some family member that you can trust, because family members deem this as folly, so they might even throw it away. But a dying declaration is a statement about who is doing this to you and that they have caused your demise. So if you put that in a safe place, that is like a knife in the air going at the perps. So they don't want that knife to hit them, so they will lay off you maybe. In other words,
Send that to me.
Yeah, you'd use that as a tool to back them off, because when this comes down, I'm telling you, they're going to be fall guys, because the government always has a fall guy. Like in Fast and Furious, all those guns went to Mexico. Who'd they pick on? The head of that department.
So, Frank,
go ahead.
Is that just like writing a letter to your doctor or your parent? If something happened to you, it's not natural causes, not suicide, not accidental death. Is that the same?
This is what it's like. It's compared exactly in legal channels as words coming out of your mouth before you pass on. In other words, a dying declaration. You are declaring while on your deathbed and while you are expiring what is going on and why you are dying. And if they say it's a heart attack or something like that, well, guess what? Say it isn't. This is who it is. But if you don't know who it is, you can generalize. You can say,
I know who it is.
Yeah, okay. Well, make that document. It's like a will, very much like a will, only there are no recipients of anything. The only person that's going to get a recipient is the perp, and he's going to get that flying knife. So beware perps, I'm telling you. The stuff we're uncovering is incredible. The things that are going on right now. Excuse me?
Tell me more about doing that.
Okay. Well,
Tell us all.
yeah. Well, at the top, you say, let me see. It's like a will. You'd say, being of sound mind and body, I hereby declare that so-and-so, or the government, or whoever you come up with, is the cause of my demise, and I want him picked up, questioned, and incarcerated for this horrible crime. And you can associate slightly. You don't have too much latitude. But
Do we need a name? I mean, do we have a name? In other words, and if someone sent pornography through the mail?
okay, yeah, that's pornography through the mail is something different. If you have the name of somebody that sent pornography through the mail, give that to the U.S. mail.
Yeah, well, you know, I think it's the perps just trying to create. I mean, in other words, it's not it's not the name that it really. They're just making up a name and
Okay, but the
take it.
address, was there a return address?
In one instance, it traced to some prison, the administrative building. of a
Okay,
prison.
well, listen, you have a case. Because do you know how powerful the United States mail is? They are up there with the FBI when it comes to their mail. You
They
can,
noise campaign every day.
and if you send something by email or you send something by mail, especially, it's called the hand. Your hand is very powerful because your hand puts that letter in the mailbox or puts it in the postman's hand, so that from that time on, whatever is in there is not even yours anymore. It belongs to the post office until it gets to the individual. So you have received something from the post office that is full of pornography. So they are going to fiercely pursue the individual on the other end, whether it's in prison. I don't care where it is. If it's in prison, the guy's going to spend the rest of his life in the hole, probably. Post office has a lot of power.
Well, good.
Plus, they keep track of the convicts by number. Like, you know how
Exactly.
when, like, if anybody's ever received, like, a call from a convict that says you have to accept this from the so-and-so state prison
Yeah.
with their number, so they really keep track of that.
Yeah, they keep track of
Well,
everything.
but Frank, post office is government, right?
Yeah, post office stick together. The guys stick together. Corruption in the post office, they've got such a wonderful pension and a wonderful life after they leave the post office. There's not one of them that would jeopardize that. So fraud in the post office, no. I haven't even seen any. The only thing that even resembles fraud wasn't even the post office. It was some guy going postal.
My mail's been monitored. My mail's been stopped at the post office.
Okay, well, it's been stopped for a reason.
Just so you know, Paula, the USPS, the United States Postal Service, is a corporation. There's also U.S. General Post Office. They're actually two different jurisdictions that reside in the same building. But anyway, it's something fun to look up if anybody wants to.
Yeah, if the United States Post Office is written in caps, it's a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
If it's written in regular caps and lowercase, it's not a corporation. So figure that one out. You have to go to the straw man. Research the straw man. It's the deepest rabbit hole you'll find.
United States of America Corporation.
Yeah, corporation. That's good. But, yeah, the straw man. Just Google the straw man and research it. It's a rabbit hole that uncovers all kinds of things. Like, early on, the United States declared that all the property included around 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, or D.C., would be a corporation. But the only time it is a corporation is when the United States is spelled in caps, then it's a corporation. If it's not spelled that way, it's not a corporation. So that's where the rabbit hole starts to thicken. They screwed up that law, and the law ended up falling on the people because the lawyer didn't do it right. So if you spell your name in caps, you are a corporation, and if you sign under it, you're representing the fictitious name in caps. Figure that one out, because it's as true as whatever you think's the gospel.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you can find all that. If you'll notice on your checks that you receive, your checks are written in capital letters. Your name up in the corner, left-hand corner. And if you look on your signature line, you'll see to the right of it, there is an MP, which stands for microprint. The line underneath your signature is actually words. And they mean, let me see, what the hell do they mean? Authorized signature is what they mean. But it's special. That line is actually words, and you have to look at it with a magnifying glass, and you still can't see it. But
without prejudice above your signature.
Without prejudice, UCC 1-308. That's how I sign my name every time I sign it.
Yeah.
What does that stand for when you say it like that?
Without prejudice, without recourse, it protects your signature from basically all the legalese that we're not professionally trained to understand. We're not licensed lawyers, so we may be getting hoodwinked, and not understand. So that protects our signatures from the contract. I'm sorry?
What is that terminology again, please? Or whatever you
actually search put in your search bar UCC 1-308.
UCC 1-308.
Yeah. And you can, and there's a lot of other things, but they all basically, for all intents and purposes, do the same thing for your signature. But without recourse, all rights reserved, that kind of thing.
Yeah, very good. Okay. But yeah, next time you look at your check, just look at the little MP on the right. It's on all checks. And that line is authorized signature for the above mentioned fictitious individual, which is what you are. You're a corporation. Everybody in the United States is, when they spell their name in caps.
Okay.
Just research.
Another thing is, if you have a piece of writing or art that you made, then when you sign your you sign your intellectual property, your art, then you put a little copyright, a little C around it.
Right.
And then you date it, and then it's copyrighted. So if you have to put your copyright on there, as soon as you finish your work. And then if you want to, you can file it at the Library of Congress also,
Yeah, I have.
But that's one way to protect yourself.
You can actually do that through a UCC 1 filing, because UCC 1s are considered public notice, and so you can do it the same common law method.
Hey guys, I gotta go. I got kids I gotta take care of in the morning. Try and be on the next call. And it was nice talking to everybody.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Take it easy, man.
I think that's the second time he's been here. I was sitting here talking and I was muted. I'm sorry.
I do that
Who
sometimes.
was that?
Who
was that, Frank?
That was Mike. I don't know his last name. He's brand new.
Oh. I just want to tell everybody if they wasn't if they was not on Derek's call
Yeah.
the other night, he announced that he's gonna have his call open all day Thanksgiving for anybody who doesn't have a place to go. They can
Oh,
come
that's
to the
great.
call.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, he does that all the time. Should we do it?
Sure, if you
I'm
want
down.
to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think-
I
I
think
think-
Elle is still going to do her night call. I think. I'm not sure. I think she's still doing her Thursday call.
Well,
Later.
we're doing our Wednesday, so that cracks into Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I'll sleep for a few hours and come on at noon or something like that. I get work, and then 5 o'clock in the morning comes, and I just say, oh yeah, I feel pretty good. I'll keep working. Then I'll look, it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning. Then it's like too tired to get any sleep anyway, so you just keep going.
Too tired of sleep, eyeballs bleeding, stuck to the screen.
Yeah. So
don't say that.
you finally go to sleep, and you're asleep about 9 inches before you hit the pillow, and then you're comatose till you wake up.
At least you're getting stuff done.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way I look at it. Yep.
At least you can get some sleep.
Yeah. 13 hours. I woke up today at 1 o'clock. He says, oh, damn.
I wish I woke up at 1 o'clock.
Whenever I do get some sleep, though, I'll give me a good, solid 17, 18-hour block of it.
Oh, do you?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
17 hours, Don?
Maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe.
That's
but
a lot.
I'm never awake when it happens, so I'm not sure.
How you get 17 hours with a little boy?
Well, I mean, it's like throughout the day, though. Like, I'll wake up, change a diaper, half asleep, and then we'll go back to sleep.
Wow. Y'all are making me jealous.
That's a lot of sleep.
I get like 3 hours, 4 hours, and if that.
But it's also in them little patches where, for whatever reason, I'm in just like an unfightable lethargic state. Just lazy, in concrete lazy.
Oh, well, mine.
So I just kind of feel that way normally 2-3 days.
I wish mine was just lazy. Mine is torture.
You know what just happened? My chat window went all the way up to the beginning of the call. So I'm looking at all this stuff, and I said, boy, nothing's moving. And then I just pulled it all the way down, and Lori's been talking with Seal, I guess. But I missed all that, but I can read it later.
So is Laura having her call after this one?
I don't
want to double check.
She, Monday nights she's scheduled. Let me find out.
She's trying to get that call going, so I was telling some people about it.
I am too, because I want to drown out that jerk.
Ooh. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's the late night calls have been kind of crazy lately. I don't know. Oh, I got last night on Neil's call was kind of up and down.
Well, it's pretty. It's really tough sometimes to, start a call at like 9 o'clock at night, and you're not going to get through till like 2, but you enjoy it while you're doing it, and you remember that, and that keeps you going, because this call does wonders for me. I get to share and hear, and gradually by the end of the call, everybody's happy somehow.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
That's a good call. That you're doing a good job then. You're having an influence.
Come on, Laura. I got. I don't know.
Frank, I am asleep. It's Al. They're starting to. I'm not supposed to even bring it up. I'm getting on the computer, And he got home, and once his music got back on, they started all pumping the whole thing up again. I had his music off, and I don't want to get in a bad mood, but now they're starting to use these. They're starting to use the microwave sounds, and they've already cracked my ear, and now they're starting to do their POR, etc. I'm not even going to say it, So I'm just gonna, just like Ryan swallows his beer, I'm gonna be forced to take my downers, and I'm not gonna put up with that, But this stuff has to go. I'm sorry I was interrupting people, but such crimes. I mean, just such crimes, and there's no program it's not a program. That's part of the brainwashing. It's not a program. It's crime. It's crime coming right into our household.
What do you mean taking your down? What do you mean taking your downers? Do you mean medication that calms you down?
Well, it also knocks me out. It puts me to sleep. It's I won't go into what it is. It's not a psychotropic. It's it's something. Take my downing medication, so it's going to make me go to sleep. And I don't want to take it yet, because then I start. It's like, I'm so tired of this. I've years and years of this.
Yeah.
Hey,
ear
people,
problem.
enjoy yourselves for a few minutes. I'm going to give Laura a call, okay?
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Al, but
I should have Laura. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, people criticized me last night for saying, you can't, you just can't get through this, with compassion or with an open heart. And I was, taking heavy hits from somebody. I think you heard that. But I gotta tell you, I've been through a lot of that anger and frustration, and I fought back, and I did a lot of letter writing and everything else. But you know what? It's not worth it. It's not worth it to get upset. If you can help it. I mean, you take your medication, that's fine, but I'm just saying, if you can somehow rise above and not let them get to you, because that's what they want.
I know. But
at the tone, please record
I
your
know.
message. When you finish recording, you may hang up.
It's hard. I know it is. Terrible. The whole thing is a nightmare. But you have potential. You have goodness still in you. And
That's what separates
time.
them.
Yeah. Thank you. You can say that a little louder. Whoever. Yeah.
Were you talking to me?
Oh, I thought I heard you say something in response to that.
Oh, the last thing I said was, that still separates us from what's happening, from the.
Exactly. Separate your mind from what they're trying to manipulate about you. And by the way, I want to, just for the record, I'm not, if somebody accused me of being New Age, like a New Age guru or something, well, my teachings come from really, really ancient teachings. So if there's any confusion about what people heard spoken about me, no, I'm just telling you for the record. I got biblical background that goes back to when I was 6 years old. So a lot of people
Good, Sue.
were questioning. People were questioning me. I mean, there was this one person who was attacking me. I'm not going to go into the whole conversation, but in a peaceful, supportive environment, I just want you to know, that whatever was being said is not true.
Well, that's.
You shouldn't worry about it, man.
Yeah, tell them to mind their own business. That's what I would
And
say.
if somebody's got a problem with the way you do anything, man, leave it alone. That's their problem.
Don't go against the Constitution. We have freedom of religion in this country.
That's right. Yeah.
Say, read the Constitution and leave me alone. Oh, and read the IRS and read the IRS tax files too, because they allow old religions in there.
Wasn't there one of the Bill of Rights? It said something about freedom of religion.
Yeah.
Which one was that? You remember?
I can't think.
Not second
Yeah?
amendment. Fourth, maybe.
Yeah, we came here to get away from rules that were hideous, and we've got more hideous rules than they ever had.
Well, yeah. I mean, Christopher Columbus, when he was coming over from Spain and Europe, like 3 ships of refugees basically trying to escape persecution. So that's just one shipload, 3 shiploads, and then a lot of other explorers looking for land, for other reasons. But that group, I remember from history, is a bunch of people trying to get away from persecution. They wanted the freedom in the 1400s from European, aristocracy and however they were treating them in those days.
Put it through the lens of what was done to her in a way I've never really processed. What's your take? No, I agree entirely with you. Listening to that, you're reminded she was a very, very young woman at the time. I mean, it got lost.
Okay, somebody's got background noise again.
I was just texting somebody. Yeah.
Somebody's got a television on or something like that.
Yeah. I can't get a hold of Laura. I don't know what's going on, so we'll just keep going on.
Yeah, we'll just go until later.
Yeah. No problem. I encourage everybody. We've got, I think I said we've got I want to say 10 new documents up there, but there's 2 rows of new documents or 1 row of new documents, but they're all hard hitting for human rights. So they're worth looking at. And I have 2 new articles up there. I just haven't linked them yet. I linked one, but it's in the sidebar. So yeah, we're working.
Yeah.
Google's treating us very nicely. We've got an ad up right beside us, and it's really good. And plus, activities take up the whole page underneath the site. So I think everything that, well, not everything, but some of the stuff that I've done is on that whole page. But we're getting there. You can't fight unless you have numbers, and we're getting numbers gradually. Somebody's shorting out. Oh, Feather's shorting out.
What? I'm shorting out?
No, I'm only kidding. It sounds like you probably just hit your mic.
Sorry.
Hi, Feather. I haven't heard your voice lately.
Yeah,
Oh,
Feather,
hi.
what's up?
Oh, I had a bad week. How are you guys? I miss you guys.
Yeah, well, you should be here.
Yeah, I've been preoccupied with a lot of things, and I had a bad week. I feel like I lost about 3 friends for no good reason, and I'm not getting a lot of patience from the people around me, and but I don't know. And then I got really bad on the neck.
Oh my God.
Huh? Are you?
Somebody's got that thing going.
I got burned really bad on the neck yesterday. They've never done that kind of burn. It looked like a bunch of hives, but I've realized it's actually a burn. So you should probably. Is the fridge bothering you guys? It just turned on.
Is it
Maybe I'll
what?
put my here. I'll put the headphones on. Hold on. The fridge just kicked
Yeah.
on.
It's kind of hard
I
to
don't know if
hear you, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
It's about
Or
the
is it,
same.
okay, is this better without the headphones in? Anyway, they made a really gnarly burn on my neck yesterday. It was like a whole bunch of sting, but it was horrible. Like usually I'll get a weapon mark, like a little bump, but this was like hives like 5 inches down my neck, like really wide, like 2 inches wide or 3 inches wide. It was, you know, like a bunch of big giant bubbly red burn things. Anyway, that's all. But I've been doing research, but I think they did that to me because I've been tweeting for veterans, and I'm trying to spread awareness about targeted veterans. And I tweeted something yesterday. I'm trying to figure, anyway, not to get into too long of a story, but I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened. But basically, I think they were punishing me because I had just tweeted about non-persons. I had watched part of a video about brain research, and the guy was talking about, I think he was talking about using non-persons for brain research. So I think we're non-persons. And he was saying something about rights holders. And I guess rights holders also applies to intellectual property, but I did find somewhere that it can mean like people who, you know, have rights or don't have rights, exercise. Yeah, non-persons, we're non-people. And so I was totally shocked. And I tweeted about this at 11:08 a.m. And what time did it happen? I think at 11:30, that's when this really loud aircraft flew overhead. I don't know what part they may have played. And then by like around noon, I had this horrible rash developing on my neck. And it's on the front too, but it just like ate up my neck, but it caved the neck in. So I know it did tissue damage. It was some kind of microwave attack because I had pain, like a pinched nerve was there in my neck. So it was like, it messed up my neck, just like a rash. But anyway, but non-persons. So I think I was punished for talking about this because I was talking about torture a little bit on Twitter, and
sign and push OK to, you're entering into contract with somebody. So keep that in mind.
Okay, yeah, and then there was this thing, I had gone to the doctor like a month ago or something, or a month or two ago, and something weird happened. They gave me this piece of paper before the appointment. The nurse gave me a piece of paper, and it was like, do you consent to be in a research, some kind of research about like your medical records, or it looked like it was something small, but I was like, no, I don't want to be in any research study. And there was at least one doctor that I gave a note to, but I have to make it legal. So I don't know, I want to check. I'm pretty sure I'm a research subject, okay? But so what they did was, I told the doctor, and then when I left the appointment and went out in the lobby, like one of the ladies who may have been somebody that was kind of weird with me before, they were like, you're 13 minutes late. Or like, no, and I was like, well, I had to wait in line. So I was, and there's like, the doctor's limit is 13 minutes, which is such an odd number, but she like had these like latex gloves on or whatever, or nitrile gloves. And she was taking that form that I refused to sign and about to put it in the trash or the shredder or something. It was just, they were acting really weird about it, like her and the desk lady. But that paper was it just kind of put my alarm up a little bit. Yeah, but I guess there's also things I don't.
Were you here listening whenever I mentioned the UCC 1308?
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Okay.
That's kind of complicated to me. I have to figure it out. And they've been shooting my brain like every day now. Whenever they get mad at me, they shoot at my brain.
Definitely,
so I'm like,
definitely research it. But I mean, I can tell you how simple it is right now. All you do is write UCC 1-308, then sign your name. That's all it is.
so wait, is that you like in that one little situation acting as a secure creditor? Because I thought to be a secure creditor you had to go and file like all these papers for the UCC.
Yeah, that's complicated. You don't really want to get into like all that, but no, that's not what this is. Like you as a human being, you as a flesh and blood person, this is how you have rights, okay? And those rights extend to not being coerced secretly, by a language that you don't know, be it legalese, being coaxed into doing something that you are not 100% okay with to consent to. And again, that's also why I say, be aware of all these buttons that you push that are okay and accept this and I'm all right with this, because you're consenting to something every time you do that. And so with your signature out here in the physical world, you need to know how to protect yourself against these contracts that may adhere you to something that you're not aware of. Because I just, if it was you that was just talking about the something or another, I just heard you say non-person several times, and so I wanted to make you aware. Also, look up online the online Black's Law Dictionary of the definition for person, and you need to be able to define these things legally, like whenever you read these sort of things, so that you know exactly what it's talking about. So I'm just saying that,
thank you. It's overwhelming to me, and I get emails like, I'm a member of NLA, the National Liberty Alliance, but I haven't actually done any of the stuff because I'm overwhelmed. But I think I saw some, I've heard this without prejudice thing mentioned before, and I just don't know what it means, and I'm overwhelmed by it all. So I have to read up on it. But
I definitely, by all means, encourage anybody from researching, definitely do your research for sure. But I think that needs to extend, everybody needs to be researching,
Yeah, actually, what you're saying kind of covers that in a way, because it occurred to me that there are all these papers I've signed all the times I went into the ER, the urgent care, right? And I was thinking, I don't know what who has time when you're in the emergency room to read all this paperwork, from beginning to end, every word, really? So I just thought, but your thing, I guess, might cover some of that, at least for the future.
You say future what?
Your technique that you just said, that might cover those sorts of situations, in the future.
What this does is it makes it known that by you signing whatever you're signing or agreeing to, or whatever, that you're agreeing to what you understand that it means, the agreement that you and whatever other party have. I'm sorry, my little boy's waking up. So without recourse and all rights reserved or whatever, you're saying that you're not waiving any rights that you are not aware that you were waiving. Okay. By signing that stuff that you don't understand, because you're not a lawyer, you're not an attorney, so you can't be held liable for the things you don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let me mute out and take care of my boy.
One person.
Dawn, look in the chat. There's a message for you about your email address. Oh, he got muted out. He was just...
He's tending to his son.
Oh, his son, that's right. Yeah. Okay, well, when he comes back and he starts talking to you, tell him that Frank needs his email address. The one he gave me, that long one, doesn't work.
Okay. Yeah, so basically, I read this thing about the non-persons, and it kind of freaked me out, and then I was reading about all these situations where they can, you know, put you into experimentation. And I also found, by the way, the name of the thing, part of the targeting of the veterans, it's called Operation Vigilant Eagle. So, because, you know, the stuff that Amy always talks about, how the 9/11 veterans are targeted in those certain wars, and I actually found a reference to, you know, some description that might explain what it is. So anyways, so that was my other big revelation for the week. But other than that, on the bright side of things, just to not be a total downer, I've been trying to eat healthier, and it really feels good. I didn't do it the past week that much, but like lots of vegetables, healthy soups, kefir, like all the, you know, good stuff. I've been learning how to, you know, eat a little better, and it feels really good to do that. It just takes a lot of work, you know, and I haven't been doing it lately. But I highly recommend, like, yeah, just if you can, I don't know, the vegetables, like I've been eating a lot of root vegetables even, and it's just, it's kind of grounding, you know, like I feel more normal when I eat that way, even when I'm being tortured. So I really have to get back on it. So.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. Feather, this is Deb from Wisconsin.
Oh, hi, Deb.
Hi. If you want, you can get my number from Frank, or Richard has it if you talk to him. Richard from North Carolina.
Okay.
Not the Lovelace one, but the other one. And I have given it out on the air a few times, but, or I don't know. Does Richard from North Carolina have your number?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, I thought he did. Because I'd like to talk to you about some of this stuff that you just mentioned, because I think that's what they did with my now ex-husband. Because they took him and they really turned him. And I mean, total change of personality. That's why we're divorced now. You know what I mean?
You mean which thing, the veteran thing or something else?
No, not the veteran thing, but where the hospitals, if they need somebody for an experiment or whatever, they just snag them for no reason.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah, I found the page. It was just so shocking to see it in black and white. Like, you know, because people talk about stuff, but then when you see it in black and white, like, that's what I want, is I want everything in black and white, so I can point to this and point to that and say, here is written George W. Bush, executive, you know, all the things. So,
would you happen to be a organ donor?
No, I didn't do that, thank goodness.
Okay, well, I wanted to say that since y'all are speaking about it, but yeah, the organ donor, if you have the little organ donor thing on your license or whatever, you might ought to think about getting that changed.
Yeah, I heard a long time ago, don't ever do that. My mom had it on her. She took it off. I never did mine because it's like, no way.
That's pure consent. Whenever you're under their care. I'm
Why
sorry.
shouldn't you do that on your driver's license?
Well, essentially with the driver's license, excuse me, with the driver's license, you are is consent, basically that whenever you're out, driving on the roads and everything like that, that you're giving consent to be allowed, or to enter into contract with like the police and whatnot like that. Well, it's the same thing with the organ donor thing. Okay, you're giving consent, and I'm not 100% researched on this, but you're giving consent to somebody, and so just like think about what you're giving consent for, what you might be giving consent for. So
Okay.
like whenever you're under like medical care, you're under their, yeah, and so just
Okay, so
just something to think about or
you
to
mean-
research,
okay, you mean putting yes that you've been an organ donor on your driver's license, and when you're under medical care, if anything happens to you, don't consent to them to use your organs or do
Right,
transplanting.
but I guess
Don't do-
simply just don't be a organ donor if you don't have your
Okay.
your organs played with,
Oh, that's sad because it saves so many people.
Yeah, let me tell
I
you
know.
something about organ donors, okay? I hate to crack in like this, but if you are on the edge of living or dying and you are an organ donor, there are at least 6 doctors waiting for you to die, okay?
Yeah.
So given the amount of money that may be made with these organs, get organ donor off your driver's license, please, because it may cost you your life. All right?
Right. Exactly. Yes, you're
Okay.
absolutely right.
Thank you.
I have
Thanks,
read
Tom.
that. Oh yeah, no problem, y'all. Oh yeah, sorry about that. A minute ago, my son woke up and yacked everywhere. So yeah, so I was just.
Sons are cool. I had all
Yeah.
daughters, so.
Oh, right on. Well, I feel very bad for you.
Yep. It was a nightmare.
People tell me that I've got it easy, just having a boy, and I totally trust that assumption because I already know just how protective I am of my son. That I mean, somebody would probably already have lost their life to a daughter.
I'll tell you something, all right?
Mm.
When you have a boy, you worry about your boy. When
Right.
you have a girl, you worry about all the boys.
Right, I know. Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I may seem paranoid right now, but man, I'm sure that'd be a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, girls are cute though. Oh boy, the stuff they do. Yeah, my first daughter should bat her eyelashes on those beautiful blue eyes of hers, and I should get what she wanted, Then I'd come out of my trance and go, "What happened? Where's that 20?"
Yeah. There's a Tool concert. I'm still kicking myself over for not like staying with the girlfriend because she was upset about something. There's Tool and Pantera. I had a ticket in my wallet to go see it.
Yeah.
And, she just wanted me to stay with her. If I could go back, that'd be one thing I just have to change my mind about. I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to sit here sad, man. I'm going to see that show.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you guys something. I don't know if it's a good moment, or maybe I already did. Hello?
Hello. We're here.
Oh yeah.
Laura's here.
I think.
I am here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Put your love.
Okay, good. Do I need to put my meeting in the chat? Okay.
You'll never have to do it again though, because it's going to be in there.
Okay. I got it. Hi guys, everyone.
Nice to
Anyway,
see you.
Yeah.
Girl had an operation. She's still doing her call.
Yeah. Die hard over here.
Tough kid.
Okay. No. So what have we been talking about?
Oh, geez, just about everything. Been a really good
yeah.
call. Really good call. Good.
Yeah. Oh, Laura, you sound really good on whatever microphone you're using right now. It sounds great.
Yeah,
Really
it
can hear
does.
your voice.
It
Yeah.
really
Oh, good.
does.
That's a new one. That's a new one. So that's
Sounds,
exciting.
yeah. Sounds so much better.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you sound like a
Yeah.
million-dollar bill.
Oh, good.
Very
Good,
clear.
good,
Hi,
good.
Laura.
Okay. So there's my number. It's just a phone call, guys. It's not a chat. So,
Okay.
but,
Good.
yep.
When do you start that? Because the time change, I
I
was a little
know.
confused.
Times change. I was confused too, and I just realized why people were confused because the time change. And I realized that. So I don't know if I might start it at 10 o'clock, or that would be midnight my time, and 2 o'clock your time. But I was thinking about starting at 10 o'clock when Frank finishes. When do you finish, Frank? You finish at 10?
Well, I'd like to finish it like 12 o'clock on Mondays.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just go after his on Mondays.
Okay.
So
Then you're
that's
gonna.
12 o'clock. But wait, which time? Is that Eastern time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking
Okay.
it is. Yeah. So
Okay,
that's 10
so
o'clock.
that's 10 o'clock Mountain Time.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, good. That's
So I
good
need,
for me.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I
that's
need
really
to do
good.
that. Yeah.
Oh, I had something to put towards you guys. Would you be interested on, we'll say, Mondays if I started at like 6 Eastern and went to 12?
Yeah.
Would you
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah. Yeah, because
Okay.
that would be 4 o'clock Mountain Time. I would
Yeah.
love that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right. Next Monday, plan on 6 p.m. to 12.
Cool.
And you don't have to come on here and just talk about targeting, okay? Because
Well, yeah.
there are other things that are all around targeting that actually feed into it. Like we talked a little bit about the World Trade Center tonight, and things like that. If we stay on targeting all the time,
Frank,
yeah, break up. Monday will be open mic, anything you want to talk about night. How's that?
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds
Frank,
good.
Yes.
Mike starts at 6 o'clock on Monday.
I tried to call him today and it didn't open. There was nobody there.
Oh, I can't run over Mike's call. He
Is he still doing that call? 'Cause-
He's Monday and Thursday at 6.
That's,
He
yep.
didn't have it today, but he is Monday and Thursdays at 6.
No, I won't run over. We won't run over his call.
Is that Mike Mason, Paula?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you already be telling me to be on Massachusetts. I can't be on Massachusetts at 6 if you gonna start at 6, because I'll be on his at 6.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because he represents Stars in New York.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know he was still doing his call because I hadn't really. A lot of times I try in and there's nobody there.
Oh, I was on it. I was on it the other day. I was on it last week too.
Laura decided to pick up Stars in Colorado. So
Good.
pretty soon, yep, we'll have a group in all 50 states. That's what my goal is, or at least one.
We'll be 50 stars.
Yeah, there you go. Took the words right out of my mouth. All right, now I've got a call transferred over here. I'm going to put it up on the web. And does everyone have the number now? Okay, for those of you who can't see the chat, okay, Laura's after call number here's the phone number, 641-715-3579. The access code is 198158. And there is no chat. It's strictly a phone call. Why Laura doesn't get free conference call, the regular one, I'll never know.
I wanted to promote people not staring at the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
So,
understand that. Yeah.
So they could do laundry and stuff while they're talking.
Oh, that's good. That's a different idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Anywho, but I'm on there now, so
Okay.
I'll be, yeah.
Does anybody
Okay, I'll come over.
Does anybody
I'll be out.
need the numbers? Any of the callers need Laura's number?
Hang on, Frank, I'm grabbing-
Oh, go ahead, Don.
Oh, I was grabbing my phone because I need to get that number.
Okay, it's 641-715-3579, and the access code is 198158.
Oh, you know what, Frank? That's wrong. I'm sorry. That is
I
wrong.
have 0872.
Yes,
the last one.
0872 is
Okay.
it. That was the playback number was
Say
what I just gave. So it's,
Say it,
yeah,
say it, Laura.
I'm going to have to get back on here. It is 641-715-0872. Sorry, guys.
That's what I have.
641
What did it change?
72. Well, the playback number that was the playback number I gave you, so you can play it back if you miss it. in the morning.
Okay, one more time because I just got
Okay.
over there.
641-715-0872. And the playback number, or the code is 198158. Geez, I'm glad I caught that.
198158, everybody.
Yeah, 198-158. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And if it's not recorded, which we don't record it very well, I haven't recorded it yet, so you won't be able to use the playback number
Okay.
unless it's
So
me.
it's
Yeah.
641-715-0872,
Correct.
and the access code is 198158. Alrighty. Well, I am going to say good night, and I want to say this is a really good call, really good bunch of people, and it's been fun. So God bless.
God bless.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, Frank.
Goodbye, Paul. We'll see you Wednesday evening.
Okay.
God bless.